That started.
Oh,
Yeah. We'll take your time to breathe. We still have
Yeah, we're up to a few things yet too.
taken oath of office.
On your microphones, please. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, be advised that a notice of this meeting was made by posting on bulletin board, town hall, and mailing to the officially designated newspapers a list of the meeting dates annually, indicating that this meeting would take place at Town Hall at 7 p.m. on Monday, September 18th, 2023.
Do you want to read the oath of office to Priscilla first, so that I can then take attendance?
Sure, let's do that. So we have a new member of the Board of Adjustment this evening, Priscilla Saraf, right pronunciation?
Yes.
Okay. Alternate number 2, this will be your role. So you're going to raise your right hand to take the oath of allegiance and office and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Priscilla Saraf,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established in the United States
and to the governments established in the United States
and in this state
state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly swear or
I
affirm
do further solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly
that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly
perform all the duties of the office of Zoning Board Alternate Number 2
perform all the duties of the Zoning Board Alternate Number 2
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Highway, do you want me to sign or do you want me to?
She needs to sign it first.
Okay.
And then
Okay, then we have to sign. Yes.
Ashley Amador.
Here.
Amy Lawrence.
Here.
Gary Rosen.
Here.
Regina Truitt.
Here.
Priscilla Saraf.
Here.
Vice Chairwoman Jessica Blatt.
Here.
Chairwoman Craig Putnam.
Here. So we first going to start with approval of minutes of August 21st, 2023 is eligible.
Ashley, Gary, Regina, Craig.
Okay, so
I had one addition which I made on page 11. After the exhibits, Regina Truitt struggles with this request due to the precedent set by approving an addition that will be built right up to the property line. She feels there could be further changes made to the plans that would avoid building so close to the property line. That was the only change.
Okay. Any other correction or changes to the minutes? If not, can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the minutes for August 21st, 2023.
All those in favor?
Did I have a second?
Oh, so second? Gary, I'll take that. The second.
I made
A motion, sorry, Regina.
Thank you.
Great, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Next up, we have 2 memorializations, starting with calendar 39/26/23, Ashtosh Rathor, 382 Wyoming Avenue in Millburn. Any corrections or changes to that memorialization? Sure. If not, can I have a motion? Oh, sorry, who's available? Who's available?
Amy, Gary, Regina, Jessica, Craig.
Would one of those names mentioned like to make a motion?
Move approval of calendar 39/26/23.
And a second?
I'll second.
Amy Lawrence,
Yes.
Gary Rosen,
Yes.
Regina Truitt,
Yes.
Jessica Blatt,
Yes.
Craig Putnam.
Yes. Next up, calendar 39/31/23, William Ryan, 212 White Oak Ridge Road, Short Hills.
Same people.
Same people are eligible. And any corrections or changes to that memorialization? If not, can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the memorialization of calendar 3931-23.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Amy Lawrence,
Yes.
Gary Rosen,
Yes.
Regina Truitt,
Yes.
Jessica Blatt,
Yes.
Craig Putnam.
Yes. We'll start this evening with application calendar 39/16/23, which is carried from July 17th, Canubra Country Club located 1108 Morris Turnpike. So would council like to come forward?
Hello.
Good evening.
We're back.
And we have voters this time.
Yes,
so
I'm
it's a win.
so
There was
pleased
no
about that.
testimony, correct?
What?
There was no testimony.
No, there was
Okay.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. So we have full slate.
excellent. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm Hillary Ulls from Dempsey and Sheehan, representing the applicant Canubra Country Club, located at 1108 Morris Turnpike, Block 5304, Lot 1 in Milburn Township, and Block 901, Lot 1 in the City of Summit. The improvements proposed in this application are located entirely on the Milburn Township parcel, which is in the Conservation Recreation Zone. Canubra Country Club has been located at this site for over 100 years and is a permitted use in the zone. The subject property is currently improved with a clubhouse, pool, golf course, tennis, paddle, and pickleball courts, as well as other structures related to those activities. As part of the club's master plan to upgrade and modernize the club, certain phased improvements have been approved by the Board of Adjustment and have been completed in the field, such as the clubhouse, pool, and other building additions. The next phase improvement contemplated is to the practice range, which is the subject of the application this evening. Currently, the practice range area consists of uncovered hitting tees, a storage shed, putting green, poles and nets, and some lighting. The improvements to the practice range are necessary to service the evolving requirements of the existing membership, upgrade and modernize this amenity so it's more functional, and to bring it into conformity with amenities offered at other clubs in the state. Specifically, the applicant proposes to construct a 2-story, 2,777 square foot practice range with attached covered and uncovered hitting bays and associated site improvements. The building and covered hitting bays have been designed to echo the architectural style of the club's campus and will enhance the aesthetics of this area of the property from what currently exists, and will also provide aesthetic harmony among the buildings throughout the club's property. In order to realize these improvements, the following relief is requested: classification of the site plan, preliminary and final major site plan, D6 height variance for the maximum permitted height from the average grade as well as from the lowest elevation to the highest point of the building, variance from the required setback from the property line of 75 feet 5 inches where 100 feet is required, and a variance for the maximum height of a retaining wall of 13.32 feet where 6 feet is permitted. Testimony presented by the applicant and the applicant's experts will demonstrate and provide the proofs required to justify that the site can accommodate the excess height and that the proposal meets the purposes of the height restrictions in question, which are to control light, air, and open space, affect a desirable visual environment, maintain the character of the area, and be consistent with the context of the area involved and consider shadow impact. The proofs and testimony will further demonstrate that the proposal advances the purposes of zoning, the benefits to be gained will outweigh any potential detriment, and that the topography and grade differential create an extraordinary and exceptional situation that imposes a practical difficulty and undue hardship on the applicants in developing the property as otherwise permitted. Further, the proposal will cause no substantial detriment to the public good and not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinances or master plan. Tonight's presentation will include testimony by the applicant's representative, Albert Costantini, the civil engineer, Kevin Koch, and the planner, John Barry. With regard to the architectural testimony, architectural plans have been sealed and filed under the license of Wayne Jacks of JBD JGA Design and Architecture. Unfortunately, Mr. Jacks has experienced a medical necessity that prevents him from appearing this evening. However, he has instructed the senior project manager, Peter Basio, to present and respond to the architectural issues in connection with this application. Mr. Basio has worked with Mr. Jacks on the project and is directly familiar with all aspects of the plan, participated in the DRC meeting, and has worked in the industry for a significant number of years and has testified as an expert before other New Jersey boards in Westfield and West Caldwell. Mr. Bosio will detail his full qualifications prior to testimony. Now, if I could turn to the presentation, if there are any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, we can call the first witness.
Ms. Olds, you're familiar with the time constraint on this, that
Yes,
Okay.
2 hours.
you got 2 hours, so let's try to get this in the end zone. When you bring up your professionals, please qualify them right away so we can keep things moving. And floor is
Okay.
yours.
Perfect. Okay, so the first witness is Albert Costantini. Sorry.
If you would just raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in tonight's proceeding to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you would just state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Albert Costantini, Costantini.
Thank you.
Okay, what is your occupation?
I am the General Manager, Chief Operating Officer of Canoe Brook Country Club.
And what qualifications do you bring to this job?
In excess of 30 years of private country club management. I've done in excess of $50 million in capital expenditure projects, improvement projects. I have served or am currently serving on a number of boards related directly to the private club industry and do also several organizations volunteer work.
And in your capacity as the Chief Operating Officer and the General Manager, are you authorized to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you briefly describe Canoe Brook Country Club?
Canoe Brook Country Club, established in 1901 as a private family-oriented country club. We are, as previously stated, located in both Millburn and Summit. We have golf courses in both towns, and on the main side of the property in Millburn is where we have our clubhouse and the rest of our sporting amenities, which include swimming, a performance center, pickleball, tennis, and paddleball. And the clubhouse itself houses a number of administrative offices as well as all of our food and beverage operation.
Okay, I would ask that the photo board be marked as A1.
Hold on, let's see what it is. Okay. So why don't you, is Mr. Constantini gonna testify to it?
Yes, so
All right.
are the
So,
photos,
Okay, wait,
I was gonna ask.
hold on. Let's first mark it as A1. We mark it, top right or left-hand corner is A1. And put today's date. Okay, go ahead, so lay a foundation for
yeah.
A1.
Are the photos on A1 reflective of the existing conditions of the practice range?
Yes, they are.
And were these photos taken under your direction and supervision?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Using this photo board, can you
Wait, hold
just,
on, hold on. When were these photos taken approximately?
Approximately May, June of this year,
We'll say May of
Say May.
2023.
2023.
And just for the record, so it consists of 6 photos, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Ellis, you may want to have the photo board directed in such a way so not only the board, but also members of the public may have an opportunity to look at it. Maybe just put it at an angle somewhat.
I don't know which is the better spot.
By the way, if anyone's here on this case that would like to see more, please come down to the front row. Okay, if you are here, concerns or support.
Sorry. Great. Is that satisfactory?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so using the photo board that was marked as A1, can you describe to the board the existing conditions of the practice range?
Yes, we show several photos from the parking lot looking at the range in different angles. So this would be the right-hand side, left-hand side, which is where these parking spaces here and here are in front of the hitting bay. This is from the parking lot looking across the range to the neighbors that are up on that side of the property. This shows shots of recently completed holes in netting for safety purposes that we constructed around the entirety of the range.
Excellent. And can you explain to the board what the objective of the proposed improvements are and why they were a priority for the club?
So the objectives are to basically an increased number of hitting bays that will accommodate a membership as large as ours. Aesthetically, having a building that matches almost the entirety of the rest of this side of the property, to upgrade the amenity to the membership by having a teaching center that would have 2 hitting bays in there. Again, that is the trend in the industry to have these facilities for the membership, for lessons, various types of things, club fittings. Also to add, currently all of the hitting bays are fully exposed to the weather. This project would give us covered hitting bays that would allow for use of the range in slightly inclement weather, as well as keeping training staff and members out of the sun if they are having lessons or being fitted for clubs.
And is there a rendering that was prepared by the architect that reflects the proposed improvements to the practice range?
Yes, there is.
And I would ask that the rendering be marked as Exhibit A2.
Oh, thank you.
So using
I'm
that
sorry,
rendering.
is that
It is
marked
marked.
as A2 instead of
Yes.
sacred? Thank you.
So using A2 and recognizing that Mr. Bosio will testify in more detail, can you explain in general terms what improvements are proposed as part of the application?
Yes, the building itself and to the right of the building, the covered hitting bays are the main aspects of the improvement. The first floor of the building would have the teaching bays, 2 teaching bays, and then the second floor would have 5 covered hitting bays that would, again, allow for use in slightly inclement weather and to keep training staff and members out of the sun.
And did the applicant direct the architect to design the proposed practice range building to be consistent and compatible with the architecture of the other buildings on site?
Yes, it will match all of the other buildings on site except for our current tennis facility, which is part of our ongoing master plan that we will be working on at some point in the near future.
And what impact will the proposed practice range have on the current membership?
Really no impact. We are currently at full capacity on membership, so we are not looking at this building to increase our membership. We have a full professional staff, so we don't anticipate this having any impact to our number of employees. We wouldn't expect it to have any increase in traffic to the club, given that all of our current members are using the range as it is.
So that was my next question. Is there any impact on the trip generation to the site?
No, there would be no impact.
And what, if any, impact would this improvement have on the on-site parking demand?
Again, no impact. We are not increasing the membership nor increasing our staffing levels, so we would not expect an increase in traffic.
And is there any substantial change proposed to the existing lighting as part of this proposal?
No, there is some lighting on the building, aesthetic lighting, but there's no substantial lighting impact.
Okay, what will the hours and months of operation be anticipated for the practice range?
The anticipated usage would be weather dependent. I'm sorry, not weather dependent, the time of year. We generally, in season, we open the range at 7 a.m. and it closes at dusk. Obviously, the starting time will be affected by the various sunrise times throughout the year. And we would expect that in the wintertime, weather permitting, we would be able to use this as a 12-month facility.
Is this consistent with the current operations of the practice range?
Yes, it is.
And overall, will the proposed practice range use be similar to what currently exists?
Yes.
Has the club received any neighbor complaints regarding activity in the area of the proposed improvements in the recent past that you're aware of?
No. Several years ago, there was a house on the right-hand side of the range that would get golf balls occasionally hit into the yard. When we constructed the new poles, safety poles and netting, we raised that to a height where this is no longer an occurrence that's taking place.
And was there a DRC meeting in connection with this application?
There was, and I would categorize that as a fairly productive and positive meeting.
And as a result of that meeting, were the plans revised to incorporate the comments made by the township's professionals?
Yes, they were.
Did the club retain the services of experts to assist in the development, preparation, and presentation of this application?
Yes, we did, and as previously mentioned, we have Kevin Kotz and Jason Harkins from our engineering, Peter Basio from the architects, and John Burry from Hired World and Associates.
I don't have any other questions of this witness.
Thank you. Anyone on the board have any questions for this witness?
So coming back to the issue of balls straying from the course,
Mhm.
as a golfer who only hits balls less than 45-degree angle, does the fact that there'll be a second level to this, so I assume elevated from the current place where golfers will be driving, does that present additional risk, or are those enhanced nets or safety poles sufficiently high that that's not going to be an issue for the neighbors?
Yes, we did trajectory studies prior to moving forward with the new poles and netting. We went, using those studies, we went to 125 feet high on the right-hand side, which we know has solved that problem. We went from 70 feet to 140 feet down the left-hand side of the back. And since we've opened the range, we have not had any issues.
How do you sign up? Is it sign up or is it first come, first serve?
For the use
For the
of the range,
yeah.
as a private club, it's only members only, and it's first come, first serve. Now, I will say that the teaching facility will have appointment by appointment only for lessons and club fittings, but otherwise it's just show up and play.
Quick question, and I hope you're the right person to ask. I did notice in one of the plans, the cupola
Mhm.
is going to be illuminated. Is that correct?
It's soft lighting inside, and that would match the cupola we currently have on the clubhouse and on the pool house.
So because there's a height request on this variance, will that cupola be illuminated all the time or just certain times?
It would be in the evenings. It would be at night only. And if it was an issue, we could go back and revisit that.
Just wondering because you are getting like closer to the property line, that's part of the request, and the neighbors could see it, particularly when they're time the leaves are off the trees. So that is my question was, will it be illuminated at nighttime all night long, or
Our plan is, no, it would go off. It would be on a timer that would go off.
we go on a timer that will go off approximately?
Normally, the club is vacated by midnight, so it would go on at dusk and go off at midnight.
Dustin, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? No, sure.
The attorney at the beginning talked about the fact that one of the reasons that is triggering the desire to engage in this project is to make it consistent, make the practice range facility consistent with other clubs in the area. Do you know of examples, being in the industry and the business, of other clubs that have similar type of setups for their practice range and, I guess, instructional facility?
Yes, certainly. Baltusrol Golf Club, which is one of our major competitors, and in our area they have them. I believe Ridgewood Golf Club, Montclair. They all have similar types of facilities.
When you say similar types of facilities, you're talking about?
Teaching centers with hitting bays and the technology, TrackMan and Club Tracer technology that are built into those facilities.
With elevated practice range area?
I would have to revisit those to see if they are elevated, but I do know that I believe Baltusrol's facility is 2 stories.
Thank you.
So I will ask the audience if they have any questions for this witness. We will not have comment until the end, collective comment. So anyone in the audience have a question for this witness regarding his testimony? Go ahead, Ms. Ellis.
I'd like to call Mr. Basio.
Just, do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in tonight's proceeding to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Your name, for the record, spelling your name.
Peter Bosio, B-O-S-C-I-O.
I would ask if you could go through your credentials for the board.
Good evening. Graduated from Wentworth back in 1985, been practicing architecture since then. Worked at several engineering firms early in my practice, and then joined JGA about 30 years ago. So I've been with the firm about 30 years.
Thank you, please proceed.
And have you testified in front of other boards?
Yes, recently I just testified for Westfield and West Caldwell.
And can you just describe your role as a senior project manager?
So our projects start in master plans a lot of times, and I'll take a project from master plan to development from the beginning all the way to the date of the project opens. I'm responsible for client coordination, consultant coordination, but I work on multiple projects at the same time at different levels.
And then specifically with regard to this project?
Specifically with this project, I actually designed the building, working with the club. We've been working with the club for a long time. We did the clubhouse with them. We've done the pool building with them. So we've established an architecture for that facility, for the campus. So I worked with the club designing the range building.
License in good standing?
I'm not a licensed architect. I work with the licensed architect to do all the design work.
So I would submit Mr. Basio as an expert in the field of architecture.
I think that what we can do is, given your, preamble at the beginning and the circumstances surrounding the architect not being present, that we can accept him as an expert architect representative.
Yes.
Non-licensed, and the board will take his testimony into consideration for sure.
Perfect. Okay, can you tell the board about the firm that you work for, specifically whether or not the firm has a special expertise in providing architectural services to clubs?
We started out doing restaurants and hospitalities, and about 10 years into our practice, we started working on country clubs, and doing interior design, and eventually we evolved into specializing it in country club and golf club design. That's primarily our forte. 90% of our business, 95% of our business is that country club design work.
And can you just list a few of the country clubs that your firm works with in New Jersey?
We've done about almost every club in New Jersey. Baltusrol, Essex Fells, we're working on now Mountain Ridge. We've done several projects there. Canoe Brook, we've done several projects there also. Brereton Valley, Knickerbocker. There's been quite a few.
Excellent. And Canoe Brook engaged your firm to provide architectural services in connection with the improvements to the practice range?
They did.
And what steps did you take to prepare yourself to give testimony in this matter?
Well, I've been practicing architecture in the firm for 30 plus years under supervision of Wayne. And so we laid out the building plans, kept the exterior architecture similar to what the campus architecture is. The only wrinkle that we kind of had was the fact that some of the bays are covered and uncovered and elevated.
And did you do site inspections and review the ordinance and meet with members of Canoe Brook before you designed these plans?
We did, yes, several times.
And did you confer with the engineers and other professionals?
Yes.
So now that you are a representative of the architecture expert and you have laid a foundation, can you describe the proposed improvements using the architectural plans filed with the application and the rendering that was marked as A2?
Let's use it, please. Everyone can see those. So this plan represents the main level plan of the new range building.
Okay, I think this, so the record is complete, why don't we do a couple of things? First of all, when you're identifying the plan, understand that if it's part of the application submission, you don't need to mark it separately as an exhibit, but it is helpful to the board and to the public if you just identify what plan sheet you're referring to for the record, and also the latest revision date. So the board members and the public know that they have the latest and greatest.
So you're looking at drawing A 1.1A, which is the main level floor plan. The current date on that is listed as May 8th,
Thank you.
2023. This represents again, the main level of that range building. On the, I guess the left-hand side of the building, that is actually part of the actual architecture of the building. There are two hidden bays there, teaching bays there that open up out to the range. We have a small entry vestibule, and we have a mechanical and a storage room on that level. To the right of the building is where we picked up the first level of covered hitting bays. What made this a little unique was the fact that the existing site steps. So what this allowed us to do is we put the building at the lowest level of the site, and we were able to pick up the two-story or the upper level bays working off the higher elevation of the site. So the site kind of sloped up, we picked up that. That's how we ended up with the covered hitting bays on the lower level. And at that elevation, we also have a small putting green that simulated turf putting green.
Okay, could you take us through the exterior of the building? Using A 5.1.
A 5.1, same, I believe the May 8th date. So the the top elevation, the top drawing represents the front elevation, which is what was referenced in the rendering that it was marked as Exhibit 2, I believe. That represents the entry elevation, handicapped accessible entry elevation into that vestibule. And you can see off to the right-hand side how the grades step up. There is a retaining wall on that side that separates the parking, which is in front of the building, from the putting green and the covered hitting bays on the lower level. Further to the right is a site stair that takes you up to the upper level grade, which is also references as the second floor of that building, which represents the a small sitting area for inclement weather, 5 additional bays on the, that are covered on the back of the building, and then 6 additional bays that are covered by that roof structure. On the lower level, the lower drawing, that represents the view from the range back towards the building. These represent the covered hitting bays as part of the building, the garage doors that open up from the simulator bays, the door into the service area, the lower level hitting bays that are covered by the deck level, and the upper level hitting bays which are covered by the roof.
Thank you. And then you have briefly described using a 1.1A, the programmatic space for one of the levels, but can you describe using a 1.2A, the programmatic space for the other level?
So that's drawing A 1.2A, which is again the May 8th date. That represents the upper level of the building. The upper level is a small sitting area with some storage in it, again for inclement weather. And this whole level, there are 5 covered hitting bays that are part of the building. The 6 bays to the right are part of the covered roof area.
Excellent. And then did you take pictures of the club's campus architecture?
We did.
And can you tell the board who took those pictures and when they were taken?
This is marked as Exhibit 3. I believe.
Okay, good. This is a new exhibit?
It's going to be a new exhibit.
All right, so why don't we, are you
Eighth
guys
grade.
pre-marking them?
Yes.
Okay, so it's marked as A3 with today's date.
Yes.
And what does A3 represent?
It represents photos of the existing campus architecture, and the views taken from the site of where the new range building is going to be.
And when were these pictures taken?
I want to say they've taken early June of this year, 2023.
Okay, and so using A3, can you tell the board if the proposed improvements were designed to be architecturally compatible and consistent with these buildings on site?
Yes, we, back when we did the clubhouse, we kind of established an architecture of shingle style trims and sloping roof lines. The cupola was a big element. You can see that in a lot of the photos of the buildings that we've done. And the new range building is in comparison with, is in complement with that, with the same cupola design and same shingle style, same architecture, roof shingles also. All the trims will be white, window styles are all the same.
Okay, and recognizing that height is defined by the Millborough Township ordinance and that the civil engineer will address the height as defined and related to the ordinance, can you tell the board what the actual height of the one-story covered hitting base closest to the property line is?
That one is going to be 15'9".
And if you move westerly away from the property line, what is the height of the two-story covered hitting bay without the cupola?
Without the cupola, it's 28'11".
And then with the cupola?
With the cupola, it rises to 34'10".
And what is the area of that cupola?
That's 6.66 square feet.
Okay, and if you could just focus on that area that we just went through the heights for, because that's the area of the encroachment into the required setback. Can you relate the perceived view of that encroachment from the rear yard of the nearest residence, which is 239 feet?
It's my understanding that, I haven't seen it physically, but it's my understanding that area it won't be visible from that yard because of the landscaping that's there. It's far enough away that they may see some of the light from the cupola that we talked about, but the building structure will be screened by the landscape.
And what is the elevation of the property, the nearest properties? The differential.
I think it's 33'1".
The difference in elevation between our property and the nearest residence.
Honestly, I don't know. I'd have to refer to the civil engineer for that, to be honest with you.
And if you could turn to the building itself, what's the fixed height of the practice range building without the cupola?
That one's 33'1".
And then with the cupola,
It's 40'4" 3/4".
and what is the area of that cupola?
That one's larger. That one's 18.77 square feet.
And can you explain to the board what the architectural significance of the cupolas that are proposed are?
Well, this one in particular on the range building, we're actually salvaging what was a weather vane of a golfer. And from when we did the original clubhouse, there was a covered entry that was taken down, and we salvaged the cupola from that. It's been sitting for 12 years or so, probably. And we want to resurrect it and get it polished and restored and put onto this building. So the larger cupola actually is going to support that weather vane from the original clubhouse. The smaller cupola is more of an aesthetic issue, just to balance that long roof line.
And then, as you previously mentioned, that there's other buildings on site that have cupolas. Have these features been the subject of variance applications, and did the board grant the variance relief requested?
Yes.
And in your opinion, from an architectural perspective, can the site accommodate the increased height proposed for the practice range improvements?
Yes, I believe it can.
Can you explain that?
Well, I think that the building height that's being proposed for the range building is in line with the club, not larger than the clubhouse building. So that elevation will be consistent, even though we're up on a slight hill, that'll be consistent with the clubhouse. So that campus line would be all consistent.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this point.
Any of you have any questions? for this witness.
The landscaping between the club property and the residences, is that evergreen?
Yes, I believe it's all evergreens. I don't think there's, I don't know if there's any deciduous type of trees, like leaf trees. I'm not that familiar with it.
So I think somebody else can Albert answer that question?
Fine, we can-
It's a combination of evergreen and deciduous.
Any other questions? Any questions from the members of the audience for this witness? Go ahead, Ms. Sauls, let's move on.
Yes, can I call Kevin Koch as the next witness, please?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in tonight's proceedings with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name, spelling your name for the record.
Kevin Koch, K-O-C-H.
Thank you.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a principal of the firm of Mott McDonald. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey in good standing.
And can you just run through your qualifications and any boards that you've testified in front of?
I got a bachelor's and master's degree from York College Engineering, NJIT. I've been practicing for 42 years in the state of New Jersey. I've been assisting clients in civil and environmental matters, including water, wastewater work, environmental engineering, and the like. And I've testified before boards in the state of New Jersey.
Thank you, your qualifications are set.
Thank you. Were you retained in your capacity as a professional engineer to prepare a site plan for the proposed improvements by Canoe Country Club?
Yes, I was.
And what steps did you take to prepare for the discharge of that commission?
Mott McDonald staff, we conferred with the principals of Canoe Brook Country Club to understand what the purpose and intent was. We also met with the architects to understand the process they were going through and what they were going to develop. We reviewed and studied applicable zoning requirements from Miller Township pertaining to dimensional regulations. And based on all that, we prepared a site plan.
And was the site plan prepared in accordance with acceptable, regular, and prevailing professional engineering standards?
Yes, it was.
Using the plans you prepared and that were filed with the board, can you describe the site plan from a civil engineering perspective?
Yes, the existing,
Do you want to just say what sheet you're referring to?
okay. It's S1 dated 5/1/2023. The existing hitting range is located in the southeast corner of the club. Currently has an existing one-story range, concrete pad, existing curbing, stairs, putting green, and their sloping topography goes from the southeast to the northwest. What's being removed is the existing hitting range building, the existing curbing, stairs, some stone walls, minimal landscape, and there's going to be adjustment to the topography in the area. As been discussed already, what's being proposed is uncovered hitting bays, 11 of them, covered hitting bays 17 on the two-level covered bays. There'll be a two-story building. The practice putting green will be installed. It'll be concrete, paver walkway, blue stone stairs, decorative metal railings, relocation of existing clock, concrete retaining walls with stone veneer, and there'll be fall protection because of the 2 stories on the hitting range. The utilities, we're going to be connecting the stormwater into the existing stormwater system of the club, which feeds their irrigation pond. Underground utilities include electrical feed to the new building. Water will be a 6-inch fire, as well as a 1.25-inch potable water service. And there is no sewer connection because the training facility will have no restrooms. So nothing is required by code to connect.
And did you prepare an exhibit showing the distance of the existing hitting bays from the residences on Timber Acres Road? and
Yes, we did.
Ironwood Road? Could we mark that as A4? Using that exhibit, can you tell the board the distance of the hitting bays from the adjoining residences on Timber Acres Road and Ironwood Road?
Yes, as you can see, the existing hitting range is 199 feet away from back of the house on Ironwood Road, and it's 184 feet from the house on Timber Acres Road.
And did you prepare another exhibit that shows the distance of the new improvements to those residences?
Yes, we did.
That exhibit is marked A5.
With today's date.
Yes. What will the proposed distance
Put in
of
today's
the,
date on it. Sorry.
I got
But before you go on to A5, for A4, what's the distance between the existing driving range and the nearest residence?
The closest one is 184 feet, which would be Timber Acres. And on this cul-de-sac of Ironwood Road, it's 199 feet.
and that's for uncovered.
Right, they're all uncovered at the current present.
So which direction of, it's just hard for me
Yeah,
to
it's
see.
hard for us to see.
But which direction are the balls coming from?
They're
the
being hit
base?
from here and they're going out to
Okay,
this field.
got it.
That depends how good a golfer
So I was
is.
gonna say, they're not safe for me.
So if you have a tremendous righty slice, you can really hit the ball, and there is no netting at all, then the closest would be 184 feet away, existing.
Right, you both have to have a pretty good backswing to hit that.
Gary,
But we do have netting.
Gary-
Yes.
Gary-
There
I
is.
saw
Gary's
I saw
left.
Gary at the PGA store last week.
You
and
were
he
back.
could hit.
There are poles and netting that are 125 feet high on that side.
Right, I said without the net. So now let's go to A5.
Yes.
And we won't be changing the netting at all.
So now using A5, what will the proposed distances of the uncovered hitting bays be to the homes on Timber Acres and Ironwood Road?
This is the new building that's being put in. These are the covered bays, and these are the uncovered ones here. It's now 215 feet for Ironwood and 187 to Timber Acres. And if you looked at the existing roof line, it's about 240 feet, 239 feet away from there. So we're actually increased the distance away from the closest one on Timbers Acres by about 16 feet.
And the one on Ironwood, 16 feet, and the one on.
That's
Timber-
about, that's about 3 feet further than it was previously.
Right, so it went from 184 to 187?
Yes. 199 to 215.
With regard to the proposed one-story covered hitting bays, are there currently hitting bays in this location?
Yes, they're all uncovered, and I believe there's a series of 3 that are stepped up about 2 feet.
And just to confirm, because I think you've already said it, that the applicant proposes to construct a roof over these hitting bays. Can you tell the board the distance of the one-story covered hitting bays from the nearest residence?
That's at 239 feet.
And does that comply with the ordinance?
Yes, it does.
And what is the distance of the one-story covered hitting bay structure from the property line?
That's 75 feet 5 inches.
And does that comply with the ordinance?
No, but the architect previously stated that the nearest residence, which is 239 feet away, is at a higher elevation. He deferred to me, which is about 10 to 30 feet, depending on which property. You're looking down through the wooded, pretty big wooded buffer zone. Little woods from here to here. And they are both deciduous and pine trees. So it will be minimal appearance or visual impact.
And using the photo board that was previously marked as A1, can you describe the landscape screening between the club and the residences on Timber Acre Road and Ironwood Road? And can you also describe the landscaping that's proposed?
As you can see, this is the netting. These are the existing. You can see it's heavily wooded. It is deciduous trees, but there are some pine in there. Here's another shot showing how thick it is. You've probably got 100 to 150 feet of wooded area that you're going through. And you're also looking down on it. We will be putting landscaping around the building. It'll be both grasses, shrubbery, kind of soften the detail on the building. And no trees will be harmed during this effort.
Right, so there are no trees that are proposed to be removed as part of this
That's
application. Okay, and so in your opinion, does the existing mature landscape buffer provide adequate screening of the proposed improvements during the time frame the practice range is operational?
Yes.
Right, if we could turn to the stormwater management, can you tell the board what is proposed as part of this application?
Originally, dealing with the engineering department, they were talking about putting in recharge basins or devices. But upon further discussions, we pointed out that we could connect into the storm sewer system that feeds the irrigation pond. And that was found acceptable by the engineer
And just-
to meet ponds.
Just to be clear, you're referring to S3. is that-
Oh, so, yeah, ES3 dated 5/1/2023.
Okay, sorry if I cut you off.
No.
And is there any lighting proposed as part of this application?
Yes, there'll be lighting around the building, so that in the evening, so you could basically function and move. But it'll be pretty much limited to the immediate area around the building.
Can you indicate whether or not there'll be any increase in light from the site at any of the club's perimeters as a result of the proposed project?
No, at the distance we're going to be from the perimeter, there will be no lighting spillage.
Okay, and then using sheet 13.
Can
of
I
the-
just follow up this on lighting? So there's going to be no lighting of the practice or driving range, correct? So that no one can go out there after dark and hit a few balls, correct?
Well, the building will have lighting, but we've shut it down at sunset.
But does the range have lighting?
No, there's no lighting on the range itself.
Thank you.
Okay, so using sheet 13 of the engineering plans, can you tell the board if there will be adequate emergency vehicle access provided to the proposed practice range building and describe that access?
It's also dated 5/1/2023. The fire trucks would come in from Morris Turnpike. They would come around, past the bag, storage building, the clubhouse, and they would make their way to the proposed hitting range. To get the adequate distance for the fire trucks maneuver, they asked that we remove 2 parking spots to give them clearance to engines. As we're out there, they've also asked us to remove an additional 5 spots by this multi-use building for ease of bringing their engine through the area. To leave, that would go out and turn onto Timber Acres Road.
And do you know how many total parking spaces will be on site after the removal?
After removal, there'll be 333 spots left on site.
And can you describe the topography of the area where the practice range is located and where the proposed practice range building is to be constructed?
Well, the practice hitting range building is going to be here. Basically is from here kind of towards that direction, from the southeast of the area to the northwest.
And did that change in topography create a challenge in the design of the practice range building?
Yes, it did. The proposed grading required the use of retaining walls, which we redesigned them based on conversations and comments from the engineer. The change in grade requires construction of retaining walls that range from 6 inches to just over 13 feet. There's a total of 98 linear feet in the northern and western face of the uncovered hitting bays, and behind the putting green to transition the upper covered hitting bays. It was basically to let the upper bays transition to the upper bay. And will exceed the 6-foot height that limits for retaining walls permitted under the ordinance.
Okay, and why is the additional height of the retaining wall necessary?
The additional height of retaining wall needed for the surrounding grade to transition from the lower level hitting to the bays and the upper level hitting bays. Much of the grading change is going to be on this side of the building, the southeast side of the building.
And were there any safety features that are being proposed as a result of the height of the retaining wall?
But it's, yes, but it's more because of the height of the building. There's going to be safety netting in case somebody were to stumble or get exciting after hitting a good shot and fall forward. They'd be caught by a net and crawl back out and chain. Oh, come on, don't pick on Gary.
It's fine.
Okay, so now turning to height of the proposed improvement, just briefly, how is height calculated under the zoning ordinances in Milburn?
Well, Milburn has basically three ways to look if you're in compliance with the height. They have an average grade base determination, which is 301.9, where you take the vertical distance from the average grade around the building to the highest point, and you measure around the building every 10 feet to get the average. You have a high-low determinant, which is 301.9A, vertical distance from the lowest elevation around the building to the building's highest point. And then you have an excluded building element determination, 301.9.9B, which excludes building elements that cannot exceed the permitted building height by 12 feet, or the maximum building height for a zone by 8 feet.
Excellent. So recognizing that height involves calculations that require architectural plans, can you explain to the board how the height was calculated in this matter under the three standards of the Milburn Township Ordinance?
Under the average grade, we did the average grade around the perimeter of the building. We worked with the architect to get the proposed height of the building, and we calculated the proposed height, compared it to the 32-foot height permitted in the zone, and it comes out to be 40 feet, 6.5 inches. The high-low calculation, again, is by establishing the lowest elevation around the perimeter to the highest height of the building. We did that calculation, and permitted under ordinance would be 37, and we have 40 feet, 6 inches. And then the excluded building element, and these include chimneys, satellite dishes, antennas, mechanical equipment, elevated towers, and flagpoles, not cupolas. The height permitted for such elements has two standards. You can't exceed the permitted building height by more than 12 feet, which would give you 44 feet, or you can't exceed the building height by more than 8 feet, which would give you 45 feet. Considering cupolas are not being considered excluded from that, with the height limit, proposed cupolas would comply with the height limitations, and the only relief from the height requirement would be the two-story building of 1 foot 3 inches. The covered hidden bays would require no height variance relief.
That's if cupolas were considered excluded.
That's if they were, yes.
Okay, so since they are not specifically called out as excluded building elements under the ordinance, can you identify the areas in which the proposed height is non-conforming by referring to sheet A5.1 of the architectural plans?
We actually do have some in compliance. The one level covered hitting bay structure has a height of 15 feet 11 inches above the surface, and as such it conforms to the ordinance. The two-story covered hitting bay structure has a height of 30 feet from the average grade to the roof, conforms to the ordinance. However, when the cupola on the top of the section has a height of 6 feet, exceeds the permitted height of 32 feet, you have now 36 feet, so we're 4 feet above. That would be this one here. And the other cupola, the two-story building has a height of 33 feet approximately, and exceeds a permitted height of 32 feet. And the cupola on that structure has a height of 7 feet 4 inches. So that would be 39, about 40 feet. And if you did the high-low calculation, it would exceed the permitted height by 3 feet 6 inches.
I have no further.
Let's just back up. So the difference between the 40 feet 6.5 inches versus 37, that's the two-story?
Is that
The calculation that you just made, the difference between the 40 and the 37.
the average grade calculation is permitting you 32 feet, and we have 40 feet 6 inches.
Versus 32 feet, okay, thank you.
You all set, Ms. Ellis?
I have no further questions.
Taking off the cupolas, what are we looking for variance then?
Without the cupolas, let's see, the architect has that number.
It would just be the two-story building,
The north side of the structure.
the larger for, and it would just require a variance for 1 feet, 2 inches.
Got it. Anyone else have any questions? Any questions of the audience for this witness?
I have a quick question.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, and I always ask this question. So the number that stood out for me for the variance is of course the 20, nearly 25 feet setback from the property line variance. What would happen, or did you consider a design that would allow you to have not such a large number? Another design, would that have been possible? Or why didn't you do a design that requires such 25 feet?
I can answer that. It would have required us to move the entire facility further into our parking lot, which would have negatively impacted the number of parking spaces we have, and would have rendered the poles and netting that we just constructed in excess of $1.5 million. We would have had to take that down to reorient the direction that you'd be hitting on the range.
And would there have been another location for the parking? Just if you were.
No, we're pretty landlocked, which is why we've come to this plan. Don't have really a lot of extra space on the property.
No questions from the audience? Please proceed.
So if I could call my final witness, Mr. Barry, the planner.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in tonight's proceeding to the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Name for the record, spelling your name.
Sure. John Barry, Barree.
Thank you.
If you could just run through your qualifications for the board, please.
Sure. I have a Master of City and Regional Planning degree from Rutgers University. Been a licensed planner in New Jersey since 2014, and I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. As one of the principals with Higher Rule and Associates, I represent half a dozen boards like yours and regularly testify before boards throughout the state. Have been before the Milburn Zoning Board back when we were in our Zoom mode a couple of years back.
Thank you.
Submitted as an expert.
You're set with that.
Thank you.
And can you just explain the steps you took to prepare yourself to give expert testimony in this matter?
Sure. I reviewed all the submissions, the design plans, and other submissions that were made to the township. Spoke with the applicant and other members of the consultant team to review the intent and purpose behind the design. I visited the site to see the location of the hitting bay, the surrounding areas. I reviewed the township's planning documents, zoning ordinance, and prepared a testimony presentation for this evening.
Okay, so can you just provide the board with a presentation of that report?
Sure. So I won't belabor the overall design because you've heard essentially what's being proposed here. We have the modernization and expansion of the driving range facility at the Canoe Brook Country Club. The site is just under 130 acres in area, so it's a significant piece of property. And in that context, the overall improvements are focused on a relatively small area. We're talking about a building that's an accessory function in nature that's about under 3,000 square feet. So it's a relatively confined facility in a relatively confined portion of the site. The property is in the township's C Conservation and Recreation Zone, and also as of March of this year in the RMF AH5 zone, so an affordable housing zone. The purpose of the conservation zone under which this application is being presented is essentially to have recreational facilities and preserve open space to the extent feasible. The Canoe Brook Club is a permitted use, and as you heard in testimony earlier, has been in operation for over a century. The relief that the applicant's seeking, you've heard the numbers on the height variance. Essentially, we're seeking a D6 height variance because of, driven by the cupola design in both the maximum measurement and the overall average measurement, looking at about 40 feet 6 inches where 32 is permitted, and about 40 feet 6 inches where 37 is permitted. Without the cupola design, you heard is a little over a foot, 1 foot 2 inches or so. So we'd be looking for a C variance if the cupola were not being considered. But You heard the architectural intent behind wanting to have the cupola as part of the facility in terms of the aesthetic preference and consistency with the rest of the club. Under the statutory standards and case law for a D6 variance, we're really focused on whether or not the site can accommodate the deviation that's being requested. In this case, we have a small feature. You heard that one cupola is just over 6.5 square feet. The other one is just under 19 square feet. So those two areas are really the sum total of the volume that we're talking about in exceedance of the D6 threshold. In terms of the purpose of height regulation, providing adequate light, air, and open space, and maintaining a consistent aesthetic character in an area, I don't see these cupola additions as being dramatically out of character with what exists on the club today, because we have them on other buildings, nor does it really set any kind of precedent that's going to be out of character with the broader neighborhood. The architectural consistency, furthermore, is consistent with the board's actions in the past. Several variances have been granted to permit cupolas on the other buildings. The clubhouse building was a little bit taller, 53 feet to approximately to the highest cupola on that building, and that was approved in 2013. And then the pool house building has a cupola that's up to about 51, just under 52 feet. So the height request here is actually a little bit lower than the other buildings on the campus. And the board found that there were justifications under the purposes of zoning for that relief in the past. And I feel that we're continuing in the same vein here. As far as the C variances go, we have the 75.5 foot setback, where 100 feet is required to the neighboring residential property. And then we have the retaining wall height. You heard the purpose behind the setback and part of the challenge associated with the location of the hitting bays. You have infrastructure in place that the applicant's looking to reuse, and you have some of the topography on the site that's driving the location, the existing parking as well. Largely, the bulk of the structure is set back 100 feet. The portion that's within the 75-foot range is the covered hitting bays, so a little more open, not quite as bulky as the remainder of the structure. And as to the retaining wall height, the maximum of 6 permitted, where up to about 13.3 feet is the maximum. The tall side of the walls are essentially inside the property because the outside of the site is higher. As you come down, the retaining wall meets it. So that taller exposed side is more of an internal look, not a 13-foot tall wall that any of the neighbors may see. So there's a certain hardship associated with the topography and the development of the site, but there are also special reasons and advancing the purposes of zoning under the C2 standard. Essentially, we're continuing to provide adequate light, air, and open space on the site, but despite the deviations from the setback standards. Structure, as I said, is limited in size, and the open air components of it break up the mass and help alleviate any of the concerns with the setback or the massing. The design promotes public health, safety, and welfare by providing some refuge from the weather and other elements while teaching's going on, more secure internal areas. Advances purpose G of the land use law as well by continuing to provide adequate location for different recreational facilities in the township and throughout the state. Advances purpose I by promoting desirable visual environment. The architecture, as you saw, has been thought out, it's been consistent with the rest of the campus and intended to maintain the attractive design that exists today. And then advances purpose J through the efficient use of land, not expanding the limit of disturbance on site. You heard there's no tree clearing. We're reusing the existing infrastructure that's in place. So a number of benefits to the proposal as it's put forward. As far as the overall negative criteria, really the nature of the use on the site's not changing. The expansions are modest in nature, especially considering the overall size of the property, the scope of the club's offerings. You heard the testimony from the applicant that it's not going to drive an increase in membership. It's not going to drive an increase in traffic. So it's really just continue to accommodate the needs of the club's existing membership. And The club's taken steps to protect its neighbors through the installation of the poles and netting that will remain and will continue to function with the new driving range facility. And then finally, with regard to the zoning ordinance and master plan, the use is permitted and remains consistent with the zoning ordinance. Continuing to operate the club in this area is consistent with the master plan's purposes of providing for recreational opportunities. No changes were proposed to the zoning in the master plan. And as I said, it is in an affordable housing zone, but that's not being contemplated. So continuing to advance the club's membership and purpose is to the benefit of the township as far as I'm concerned. So that's all I have for you.
Thank you.
John, let me just ask, with regard to the affordable housing zone, I'm assuming that the affordable housing zone is an overlay zone, right? It's not a rezone.
Correct. I believe it's an overlay zone. Yeah.
Right, so by virtue of it being an overlay zone, the applicant has the option to continue to develop its property consistent with the C zone, correct?
Yes.
Good.
Okay.
Any other questions? So Ms. Alls, I'm going to let you choose here who might answer this question. Regarding light spillover, anyone qualified to discuss that?
Well, the distance from the building.
Come on down.
It's not going to be high.
Really, in furtherance to Mr. Truitt's question regarding the cupolas and other lights around in regards to the neighbors. So if you could speak to that a little bit on how they may or may not be affected by any light spillover or that type of thing.
The lighting that's going to be placed around the building is not much more than what would be found in residential housing. It's just for security purposes, so you could walk the sidewalk, and as it's testified earlier, by the club, the facility shuts down at sunset, so it's more just for security. The cupolas, I assume they're just going to be like floodlights lighting up the cupolas, and it's more of a distance visual thing. It's not going to create a lot of spillage.
I'll correct that. It's not exterior lighting on the
interior.
cupola. It's an interior light that is softened by frosted glass inside of the cupola, similar to what we have on all of the other buildings.
So warm lighting effect, basically.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the appearance will not be harsh or blinding to the residents, the two houses that are closest.
Thank you.
Actually, let me just have a follow-up question for John. So John, you provided some testimony with regard to the necessary positive or negative criteria for various variance relief under C1, hardship due to the existing conditions of the property under C2, the benefits outweighing the detriments, correct?
Yes.
You also provided testimony in support of variance relief for a D6 variance because of the height of the cupolas.
Yes.
Right? So the applicant took a conservative position in determining that the cupolas on the proposed buildings are cupolas for what I'll consider a principal building as opposed to an accessory building, correct?
Ms. Alls and I discussed that issue, and it was
That's what I'm raising.
it was passed along to me as that was the position that we were taking. If it were my call to make, I don't know that I would take that position, but we're taking a conservative approach with that position.
Just so the board understands that a D6 variance is triggered where you're dealing with an excess of height of 10 feet or 10% for a principal structure. So if the board or if somebody determined, let's say, that these proposed buildings were not principal structures but were accessory structures, then they wouldn't even need a D6 variance. But to, frankly, the applicant's credit, they're taking a conservative view and determining that for purposes of seeking relief and approval from this board, that they're considering these structures as principal structures, and therefore, which is a harder burden, frankly, to meet, not only the positive and negative criteria, but also the 5 required affirmative votes. Thank you for clarification.
And if I could just say, that's how Millburn Township classified the other buildings on site, so we were trying to be consistent. Okay. So in the interest of time, because I know we're
You're doing
getting
great.
close. I'm not going to go through a lengthy summation, but I'd just like to note that the statutory criteria to grant the variance request has been satisfied as set forth in the testimony and evidence presented by the applicant and applicant's experts, which demonstrate that the site can accommodate the increased height. The application advances numerous purposes of zoning. The topography of the area in which the proposed practice range building is to be located creates an extraordinary and exceptional situation that causes and creates practical difficulty and undue hardship in developing the property. The benefits provided by the improvements proposed outweigh any detriment, and there will be no substantial impairment to the zoning ordinance or master plan. And that's all that I have, unless there's any questions.
Thank you. Any further questions for anyone before I open it to the public for comment? Then in that case, I appreciate everything. And anyone in the audience have any comments regarding this case? See no hands raised. So I will then close the case to the public. So I'll open to the board for comment. So anyone have any comment regarding this? Any thoughts?
I'll start. I think the plan is very tastefully done. I think they've made a very strong case for the variances that they're seeking, and I would be happy to support the application.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the case was presented well, and the architectural elements of the cupolas, I think, really do tie the facility together. And if those are taken off, I still think it'd be an attractive building, but it may be a little more ad hoc. So I think that having those on, even though we kind of almost eliminate a variance by getting rid of them, I think it's a very nice element and makes the structure finished off. I still think we have a large amount of room between the facility and the neighbors, so I'm not really concerned about invasion of privacy or anything along those lines. So I too would support this application.
I'll go. I agree with everything you guys said, and regarding the cupolas, especially since it's frosted glass and it's inside and it sounds like it's more of an ambient lighting, then I'm also okay with that. So.
I agree.
Okay.
You have satisfied all of my concerns. I was concerned with the golf balls as well, but I'm happy to hear that there's netting to protect the neighbors from flying golf balls, even if you're as good a golfer as Mr. Rosen is. And the cupolas, I agree, are beautiful, and it's really cool. Sounds like the golfer weather vane. Sounds like it's got some historic and interesting history. So anyway, I would be in support of this application.
Ms. Souls, out of courtesy, would you like us to vote?
Yes, please.
In this case,
So just so the board is reminded, this is presented as in part not only for preliminary and final site plan approval, and not only for bulk variance approval, but also for a D6 height variance, which under the municipal land use law requires 5 affirmative votes. So even a majority vote, if it's a 4-3 vote, it results in a statutory denial. So you need 5 votes for an approval.
we will take the D variance first, break them into 2 votes. Okay.
I'm not giving 2 votes.
Okay, we'll do it 2. So we're going to take the D variance first, as that requires a supermajority, as would be. So do I have a motion in terms of D variance for this application?
Motion to approve the D variance.
Do I have a second?
One second.
Ashley Abigdor,
Yes.
Amy Lawrence,
Yes.
Gary Rosen,
Yes.
Virginia Truitt,
Yes.
Priscilla Sarah,
Yes.
Jessica Glad,
Yes.
Craig Planer.
Yes. Next, we'll take the 2 C variances together for setback and structure height. Can I have a motion on the 2 remaining variances?
Make a motion for C variance for this application.
A second?
I'll second.
Ashley Abigdor,
Yes.
Amy Lawrence,
Yes.
Gary Rosen.
Yes.
Regina Truitt.
Yes.
Priscilla Siroc.
Yes.
Jessica Glad.
Yes.
Ted Clinton.
Yes. Good luck with the project.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Let me look at the guys. Yeah, we'll have a 2-minute break for those that are in the room, so if you need to collect yourself, please do. And we'll be back at it.
Do we have to leave the exhibit here?
Yes. Square it.
I can get around.
No, those are fast.
On the records, right? You never get any site Next up, we have application 393823, 900 South Orange Avenue, Short Hills. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Rosemary Stone Dougherty with the law firm of Jabberbound and Workaft here tonight on behalf of the applicant, 900 South Orange LLC. We're here tonight on a minor subdivision for the property also located at 900 South Orange Avenue.
You're for
Sorry,
major.
major, correct. We had this conversation earlier. For a major subdivision, and regarding the property located at 900 South Orange Avenue, also known as Block 4206, Lot number 3. In connection with that, just to give the board a roadmap, I have with us tonight Peter Corson, who will be providing our engineering testimony with Corson Engineering. I have with us Doug Azrell, who will be the architect providing the architectural testimony. And arriving sometime within the next 20 minutes, we'll have our planner, John McDonough, who will be here providing the planning testimony. And I also have a representative of the applicant present that I only plan on calling if needed. So I don't know, Mr. Chairman, would you prefer that we swear all three of the professionals in at the beginning? Or
Nope, let's bring
one
them
at
up.
a time?
I'll start one at a time.
Okay, with that being said, we'd like to start tonight with our engineering with Mr. Peter Corson.
Please qualify your witnesses too, please.
Absolutely.
Just raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in tonight's hearing to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name, strongly for the record, please.
Peter Korzen, spelled Korzen.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Corson, by way of background, can you tell the board your educational background and employment?
Sure, I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. I'm a licensed professional engineer in Land Surveyor in New Jersey. I've operated as principal of Korzen Engineering for 19 years. And prior to that, I've had probably 20 years of experience. I've testified before this board last March of 2021. Before that, I believe it was May of 2019.
And roughly, you've testified in front of numerous other boards in the various municipalities in northern New Jersey, correct?
I have.
Okay, and as of this evening, are all your licenses and credentials current?
They are.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request he be accepted as an expert professional in engineering.
The qualifications are accepted. Please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I take this with me?
Yes.
Sing for us.
Okay, so I'll describe existing conditions. First, this is the boundary and topographic survey. This is,
Mr. Corson, these are all, unless you state otherwise, documents that have been submitted with the application.
correct. And I'll identify all of them. This is sheet 2 of 6 dated February 1st, 2023. So the subject site is located on the south side of South Orange Avenue, one lot to the east from Old Short Hills Road. It has an area of 43,575 square feet, which is 1.00 acre, and it's located in the R3 zone. It's surrounded by residential properties to the south, to the east, and to the west. And as you can see on this map, there is an existing one-story frame dwelling in the center of the site. There are also 2 driveways with connection to South Orange Avenue. The one on the west side has a parking area, and there's also a connecting driveway between those 2. In back of the house is a raised slate patio, and then in back of that is a 20-foot sanitary sewer easement, which runs along the common property line between the subject site and adjoining lots 7 and 6. Topography slopes downward from the northeast corner of the site to the southwest, and in the front from an east to west direction. As far as utilities go, there is existing underground water and gas in the front, and overhead electric telephone and cable TV. There's a sanitary sewer lateral in back of the building, which connects to the 8-inch sewer main on the property line in the back. Okay, this is the subdivision plan, sheet 1 of 6, also in your packet, dated February 1st, 2023. This shows the configuration of the lots with proposed lot 3.01 on the east side and proposed lot 3.02 on the west side. They've been subdivided so that they have equal areas of 21,787.5 square feet. And the other thing that's shown on this plan is the building setback envelope. So you have 25 minimum side yards, 41.5 minimum rear yard, and two minimum front yards. One is a 40-foot minimum standard, and the other is a 75 average established front yard setback, which was developed by measuring adjoining properties and the fronts of those houses. The next plan I'll bring up is the development plan. This is sheet 3 of 6 dated February 1st, 2023. It's also in the plan set. This shows the proposed improvements. As you can see on lot 3.01, there's an existing proposed two-story dwelling that's situated at the front established setback of 75 feet. That happens to be the garage portion of the dwelling. There's a side-loaded garage with a turnaround area and a 14-foot wide driveway that connects out to South Orange Avenue. On the west side of the building is an escape well for the basement, a chimney. In back of the dwelling is a deck with some steps leading down to the lawn. And on the east side are 2 AC units. Also in the front is a portico with some steps leading down to the driveway. Topography is very similar to the existing condition, accommodating the proposed development as well. So there's a high point at the front of the building, and the slope is generally from east to west in the front and from northeast to southwest in the back. As a result of the grading, there's an L-shaped retaining wall that's located on the northerly edge of the sanitary sewer easement, and also along the subdivision line. What is shown on this plan for that retaining wall section on the subdivision line, it's shown actually on the west side, but for any future plan revisions, it would be shifted slightly over to the east side so that that wall would be fully contained on lot 3.01. As far as utilities go, there is proposed water and gas in the front, and the overhead electric and telephone cable would be replaced by underground electric, telephone, and cable. The sanitary sewer lateral would be in the back to the 8-inch sewer main. And the one big change as far as utilities and drainage goes is that the existing site currently has no stormwater management. So all of the impervious surface, the roof, the driveways, which totals 15,680 square feet, all of that runoff drains onto the surrounding property and eventually to the west. So what's proposed here is a stormwater management system in the front yard, which consists of 2 dry wells side by side. And that has been designed to accept the runoff from the proposed roof in accordance with township engineering standards. Moving on to.
Peter, before you move on, so with the addition of those dry wells and the stormwater management, roughly in your opinion as an engineer, what would be the runoff, if any, now to the adjacent property owners?
Well, considering that the roof would be fully contained underground, you only have the driveway that sheet drains out to South Orange Avenue. The only thing that would really go from east to west would be the deck and the escape well cover, very minor amount of runoff.
Compared to the non-existent stormwater that exists today?
Correct. You would have the backyard downspouts, you'd have the patio, and so shifting over to lot 3.02, you can see that the layout is similar, and you'll hear more about the buildings from the project architect. There are a couple of changes, though. One of them has to do with the retaining wall. It's a little longer in the back, and it's a little longer along the side. This retaining wall is a maximum of 2 feet high. The one on proposed lot 3.01 is 3 feet high. The other change has to do with the DRC meeting that we had, and that has to do with the driveway. We've agreed to shift this driveway over to match the existing curb cut. So that would be another change, slight change in the layout that's different from lot 3.01. Everything else is the same, though. You have the same underground utilities, the same stormwater management. Sanitary sewer lateral also goes to the back as well.
And Peter, before you move on, since we're talking about the existing curb cuts, in the DRC meeting, they asked if possible, we look at having both the driveways utilize the existing curb cuts. And were you able to look into that?
I did, and I just discussed this at the DRC meeting. And with lot 3.01, the existing curb cut is all the way on the east side, and that's the high side. So that would be actually 2 feet higher than what we're proposing. And it's always good practice to put the garage entrance on the low side of the site because you're going to step up slightly from the garage into the house. So if the driveway was put over here and the house was mirrored, you'd be basically bucking the grade, and you'd create a low spot in between the building and this property line because there would be no free drainage as there is right now. Also, you'd create a problem with building height, and this retaining wall could possibly get higher as a result.
And Peter, you also looked at where that curb cut exits onto South Orange Avenue, and that was also a concern, correct?
Where this,
The existing one is.
the existing?
With the height in the road there.
Yeah, that's what I explained. Yeah, you're starting at a higher elevation. You're going up the same grading, and you end up with a higher proposed grading at the building itself, which creates potentially detrimental impacts. So I just want to step back to sheet 1 again. So as a result of the proposed improvements, you can see in the zoning data table, which is in the upper right, the criteria. I'm not going to go through all of them, but there are 2 variances required for each lot. One of them is for lot area. So each of the lot has 21,787.5 square feet, where in this zone, the minimum lot area is 29,000 square feet. The second variance for each lot is for lot width. We're proposing 105 feet, and the minimum lot width is 115 square feet. In addition to those 2, there is another variance that we're going to request. It's not shown on the plan. And I'm going to bring up an exhibit that you haven't seen, and I'll mark it A1.
And can you describe the exhibit, Peter?
Yes, this is titled Exhibit Proposed Additional Driveway Areas, and it's sheet 1 of 1 dated 9/18/2023.
We're going to mark this
A1, please.
with today's date, please.
Okay, so they're identical for what's proposed. This is just an enlargement of the front of each of the dwellings. And this has to do with a comment in the planner's report, which I'll go through in a little bit. We took a look at some of the comments, and one of them has to do with the safety of vehicles entering South Orange Avenue. It's a very busy road. We really don't want anybody backing out. And there is room for a car to maneuver up top, but in the event that there are cars parked here, we thought it would be a good idea to provide a turnaround area as shown. Each would be 18 feet wide by 18 feet long. And the only problem with this is it would create a variance, and I believe it's section 607.3A, I believe. I believe that's the variance that would be needed. And that states that no off-street loading and maneuvering area shall be located in any front yard or any street.
So you're adding this on?
We are planning on adding this as another variance, yes, for safety reasons. And I think at this point, I'm ready to go through the review letters.
So Peter, you had an opportunity. Why don't we start with the engineer's letter, which is dated May 26, 2023.
Yes, I have that. I don't believe there's anything in here that we don't agree with and will comply with. I don't think there's anything that requires testimony, just reading through all these.
Okay, except for clarity of the record that you already indicated regarding pending comment 2.6, that you were unable to use the one curb cut as
Correct,
the engineer
correct.
had suggested, trying to reuse both of them, correct?
Right, and there actually is, and this has to do with one of the planning comments too about trees. I'm going to bring back the sheet 3, which is the development plan. We looked at tree removals because there are 16 or 17 trees that are proposed to be removed. So we looked at what we could do. Some of these, it's just unavoidable, even though they're not shown in proposed hardscape areas. They're impacted by the proposed grading and they wouldn't survive. We looked at a couple of large ones. One of them is a 36-inch tree in the back of proposed lot 3.01. And that happens to be really, the grades are really not changing in that area that much. So I believe if they're careful, that tree will survive. It's further, it's far enough away from the house where it may not be impacted by the excavation. Although, I'm not a tree expert, that's up to the township forester, but we will attempt to save that tree. And as I mentioned, we've agreed to shift this driveway over on lot 3.02 approximately 5 feet. There was a tree right on the edge of the curb that was proposed to be removed, and we are planning on saving that. And that happens to be a 36-inch tree as well.
So how many trees are going to be removed as part of this application?
I believe it went down from, it was 16, so it went down to 14 total. Yeah.
And Rosemary, just one thing for housekeeping purposes.
Sure.
I'm not sure, you just referred a moment ago with the witness to a May 26, 2023 Township Engineering letter.
Yes.
I'm not sure, do the board members have the benefit of that?
I don't see that.
No. So under those circumstances, what I would recommend is hopefully you have at least one other copy that you should probably mark it just so that it's in the record for the board's review, especially if you're going to make a comment on it. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. We'll figure out which one has the least writing on them.
I just have a couple.
Yours, okay. We'll mark yours as A2.
What's that?
So do we not also have the planning report?
No, that's
No,
what
we
we
have flood, determination, and that's about it. Tideline report. But
So let's do it one step at a time.
Okay.
So let's mark the township engineering letter that you just referred to as, was it A2?
Yes,
Right.
it's the memo from Ms. Callahan dated 5/26/2023.
Okay.
And we'll mark this one
Okay.
A2.
Yeah,
Oh, you
and then why don't we, because the board didn't have the benefit of that, just take a moment and go into a little bit more detail, even for 2 minutes, as to what it is and what it represents so that the record's clear.
Okay, absolutely. Here, we'll stand together. So the memo dated May 26, 2023. Peter just going through it. The beginning of the memo is just a brief description of the major subdivision proposal, creating 2 identically sized residential lots with a frontage of each with a frontage of 150 and a depth of 207.5, correct?
105 for the frontage.
Right, that's what it said, 150, 105, sorry, and 207.5. Next section is section 1, observation and comments. So 1.1 is just what you testified to, that the lot generally slopes downward from the northeast corner on South Orange to the southwest rear corner, correct? With an
Yes.
elevation change of approximately 11 feet.
Correct.
Number 1.2, that the parcels created by the subdivision do not meet the lot area requirements of 29,000 square feet required, or the lot width requirements of 115 in the R3 zone, thus variance relief is requested.
Correct.
Or required, excuse me. And that is the variance relief we are requesting, correct?
Plus-
2 of them,
Plus what is shown on the exhibit for the parking in the front yard.
plus the D5 density variance, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay, 1.3, the site is not in an environmentally sensitive area and it's not in a flood hazard area, nor are there any steep slopes, wetlands, or riparian buffer issues. 1.4 mentions the 10-foot wide sanitary sewer easement across the rear, which you testified to, correct?
Correct.
And it also says that the easement contains an 8-inch diameter sanitary sewer pipe that's maintained by the township.
Yes.
Okay, and that the connection that's existing could be reused by one of the homes being proposed.
And it is.
And it is being shown that on your plan, correct?
Yep.
Okay, 1.5, the engineer indicates that stormwater calculations that you provided meet the township requirements, and that they would require soil percolation test in each side of the proposed location of the dry wells, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the site design engineer also encouraged the use of green infrastructure methods for some or all of the stormwater management in lieu of just dry wells. So can you touch on that comment?
Well, it's kind of limited to what we can do as far as rain gardens or anything like that with this type of site. So I believe that the dry wells will suffice, but I'll speak with the township engineer about that.
Section 2 is pending approval of the board. These are the engineer's recommendations, and there are 11 of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the first one
I
is,
don't think you have to go through all 11 of them.
okay,
The key is that the applicant will agree, if approval is granted, as a condition of approval, to implement all recommendations unless otherwise testified to by the applicant or its professionals.
perfectly said, counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that would be A2. And then now we would like to mark A3, the planning report from Topology dated June 1, 2023, as prepared by Mr. Petto. So on this
You know,
one,
I'm sorry, Rosemary, but before we go on to the planning report, again, we don't have, I don't think any member of the board has a copy of the planning report. One of the things that you had the engineer just sort of briefly touch on is the density variance, which is really sort of a reason why we're here. So can you just maybe take, and I know you're not a planner, but just I think it's important before we get into whatever it states in the planning report to talk about the density variance.
I think it's appropriate to defer that to the professional planner because the bulk of his testimony is going to be about that.
That I understand, but have you even identified it on your plans?
There is no indication in the zoning data table currently for that.
so just by way of background for the board, council, because I know you're aware because we spoke, the application was originally deemed complete for the planning board as a major subdivision. It was noticed as such, and we were prepared to proceed. On the night of the hearing, we received a phone call from board counsel that due to the definition that Milburn uses for a minor subdivision being one that does not create a new lot, which is key, that council's position was that even though the MLUL would exempt a minor subdivision from a density requirement, that under the Grubbs versus Slot-Howard case, that council felt the appropriate jurisdiction lied with the zoning board. So therefore, we updated the application. That's partially why maybe some of these memos unfortunately didn't get transferred over to the board, and we resubmitted and renoticed for jurisdiction in front of this board. Now, as council,
Let me give you my yes.
hold on.
So what Ms. Stone Doherty stated really was the following. That certain applications, subdivision applications, or most subdivision applications that are minor subdivision applications, typically go to a planning board and not to a board of adjustment. And in fact, the municipal land use law, when it talks about the need for a density variance that requires going before a board of adjustment and 5 affirmative votes, it exempts a minor subdivision, right, for a 1 or 2 family home. So normally you would look at a 2-lot subdivision in other communities and you would say, okay, this is a minor subdivision. It's dealing with a 1 or 2 family home, and jurisdiction therefore lies not with a Board of Adjustment, but with a planning board. Milburn Township's ordinance is different. Milburn Township's ordinance states that a minor subdivision only constitutes a situation where you're taking a lot line and you're shifting it. So you're not creating an additional lot. So because this application contemplates the creation of an additional lot, namely one additional lot, it triggers the need for a density variance. And even though in Milburn Township, there's no explicit regulation for density, there's a case called Grubbs versus Stolfhaven or something like that, pretty close?
But close flat Howard.
Close
right?
enough, okay?
If I'm pronouncing it right.
Okay. That stands for the proposition that even if towns don't have an express density requirement, if you have a minimum lot size, the understanding implicitly is that if you are fitting more than, or within that, or you're not meeting the minimum lot size, you're putting more density than what was contemplated by the ordinance. So as a result of that, because they have two density variances in essence, because you have a 29,000 square foot minimum lot size, and you're creating now two, not one, but two 21,787.5 square foot lots. You now, in essence, because it's a major subdivision by definition, you now need a D5 density variance, which requires 5 affirmative votes. Is that stated?
That is, the only caveat I would add to that, which is a legal discussion, just for clarity of the record, is that in the Grubbs case, it also had an issue that was upheld on appeal regarding how many lots would constitute a minor versus a major. And the court held that municipalities in their own ordinances can determine the number of lots. But the key word there was lots. The courts didn't say it's 1 lot, 2 lot, 3 lot, because as council knows, it varies under ordinance. But the issue at play is it does reference lots in plural, not what Milburn's ordinance does, which is only allow a minor to be the creation of no new lots, just a lot line adjustment. So there is, in our opinion, some issue with that we just want clear with the record, but we did renotice. We're in front of this board for jurisdictional purposes on this issue, and it is the bulk of what Mr. McDonough's testimony would be. That's why, in fairness to Peter, he really wasn't prepared to go into that.
And I'm not looking for planning testimony, it's just to make sure the board understands before we even talk about a planning memo.
Right. Which,
The
by the way,
major-
this one doesn't even mention this variance.
Right, but I guess in response to Ms. Stone Doherty, the bottom line is that we don't get paid enough to legislate from here behind the dais, so we need to comply with the ordinance as written, and that's why this application is before us. Please proceed.
Yes, so with that background, this planning memo was issued June 1, 2023. There was not an updated planning memo issued. I did check with the municipality after the termination was made that the D5 density variance would be required. So this planning memo does not make any mention of that, even though that was the determination made. So with that being said, Peter, can you just, yes, you want to just start with your site comments? Just to be fair, just for purposes of the record, I know we're going to provide you the copy, which will mark A3, which is the memo date of June 1, prepared by Mr. Petto of Topology. Just by way of background, Section 1 just is discussing again the existing conditions with some nice photographs of the area. Section 2 is just the zone table again, with the same variances that Mr. Kornstein had noted, with the exception of, at the time, would have been an additional variance that we had eliminated during DRC regarding screening for the AC air conditioning units. And so then getting into Section 3, was just, again, a discussion as to the difference between C1 and C2 variance relief, which I know the board is very familiar with. So section 4 actually gets into the planning comments. So A, site comments, there are 3. Peter, if you could just highlight them quickly.
Sure. First one is A1, and that has to do with a question of whether or not the electric and telecommunications services will be underground, and they will, and they're designated as such on the plan. Comment number A2 has to do with, and this is why we developed that exhibit with the turnaround area in the driveway. It says the applicant shall provide testimony to the feasibility of parking a vehicle in the front yard driveway without blocking ingress egress from the garage spaces. Sufficient maneuvering areas on site of particular importance given the site's frontage along County Road. So that's why we started thinking if there are cars parked here, it would be advantageous to have a turnaround area on each lot so that a car can back out and enter onto South Orange Avenue front facing. Comment A3 has to, applicant should confirm that there's no steep slopes present on the site. In Millburn, a steep slope is 20% or greater, and there's absolutely no steep slopes on this site.
Right, so section B we'll skip because those are architectural comments. There's 5. But C is landscaping, and then D is just procedural, so nothing to go there. So under landscaping, there was just 3 brief comments, correct?
Yeah, the first one is C1, and that has to do with tree removals. The forester, I guess, reviewed this, and he says that there's 70 replacement trees required. That's going to come down because we're saving 2 36-inch trees, which goes a long way towards the tree removal calculation. But we will comply with the code, and if there's any deficiency in the number of trees planted, the applicant is willing to contribute to the tree fund of $250 a tree. One thing we are proposing, you've heard about this, is a screening of the AC units. They're located on the east side of each dwelling. So we're proposing a row of evergreens on the east side of each lot so that that variance goes away, and that'll also contribute towards the tree plantings. C2 has to do with keeping the curb cut for the westerly lot, lot 3.02, and you heard testimony about that. We are going to shift the driveway over. And that's it. C3 has to do with the AC units being screened.
Thank you, Peter. So in other words, all of the comments in the planning report that have to do with engineering, with the exception of relocating the driveway on 3.01, can be complied with and will be complied with if the board would act favorably on the application.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And that concludes my presentation. I'm open for comments or questions.
Any questions from the board regarding this testimony?
Just on the,
Oh, just briefly. It does look like from one of your aerial enclosures that a lot of the homes have a semicircular driveway to help with this turning around. It sounds more challenging. Would you agree with that, or?
Haven't really looked at the aerial with that in mind, but we certainly don't have room for a semicircular driveway on these lots.
Does it currently have a semicircular?
It does. There's a connection between the 2 driveways. It's a very long semicircular driveway.
And just a second question, if I could just, if I could. If you divide this lot into 2, will it be abnormally smaller than the surrounding lots of surrounding homes?
You're going to hear a lot of testimony from the professional planner about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I know you're waiting. Thank you.
just on the turnaround, you said it was 18 feet wide. That seems a little large to me. I'm not sure what the standard turnaround is, but does it need to be 18 feet wide?
It also provides additional parking. A parking space is typically, it might be different in Millburn. Maybe it's 19 feet instead of 18 feet, but typically it's 18 feet long by 9 feet wide. So we've provided 2 of those in that area.
With regard to the zoning table and existing conditions that you state as part of your argument that impervious coverage currently exceeds what's required, what's maximum permitted under the ordinance, correct, for the existing lot under your zoning table,
Yes.
right? And that's by how much? How many square feet? So the maximum permitted impervious coverage is 35%. What are you at? Under your own zoning table.
Yeah, 15,251 square feet is the maximum permitted, and the existing condition has 15,680,
Okay, so it's like
428 square feet over.
So in excess of 428 square feet?
Correct.
So if you were to, given the existing condition of the one lot, if you were to narrow somewhat the existing driveway, circular driveway, would you pick up that 400 and some odd square feet of difference, excuse me?
Going, so you're talking about the existing
Existing
condition?
condition, yep.
Yeah, I don't know if it could be accomplished in this stretch, but it probably could. But there's also a lot of impervious surface on this section of the property on the west side as well.
That's existing.
That's existing, yeah.
That could be removed or lessened somewhat.
Yes, yes.
And with regard to the sanitary sewer easement that you testified to that's in the rear, are there any restrictions in terms of development or disturbance within that area?
No, the township engineer reviewed that, and she's okayed the connections from both lots.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Ms. Bettis? Please proceed.
Okay, yes, at this time, we'd like to call Mr. Doug Azrell, our architect. Let's have you sworn in.
Just raise your right hand, please. You swear from the testimony you're about to give in tonight's proceeding to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your name and spelling your name for the record.
Douglas Osral, ASRAL.
Thank you.
Mr. Oswald, by way of background, can you give the board where you went to school and where you're employed?
Attended New Jersey Institute of Technology, been licensed 23 years, and my office is at 9 Whippany Road in Whippany.
So you work for yourself, correct?
Yes, I'm self-employed.
Have you testified in front of a board similar to this board and other boards in northern New Jersey?
I have appeared before this board on several occasions, and most recently before Mendham Township, Madison, and Maplewood.
And as of this evening, are all your licenses current?
Yes, I stayed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, and member of the AIA and CARB.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your qualifications are accepted.
Great, thank you. Mr. Azrell, you had the opportunity to meet with the applicant as well as work with Mr. Corson, the engineer, in developing 2 home plans for the proposed new construction single-family homes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the plans you have with us tonight are the same ones that are in all the board member packets, correct?
That is correct.
And for clarity of the record, can you just confirm the date?
Plans, Revision 2, dated June 6th, 2023.
Yes, sorry.
So I'm trying to be helpful. I'm eyeballing this, and I'm looking, that's Z1,
Yes.
right? And what's the revision date?
June 6th, 2023.
Yeah, okay. That's what I have too, June 6, 2023, Z1. But I see,
There are 2 houses, and this is one.
They
Okay.
both have Z1, so it's the other
There we
set.
go.
There's a lot 3.01 and a lot 3.02.
okay, all
So
right.
maybe looking at 3.02.
Yeah, you had 3.02,
There's a 3.02 and a
Got
lot
it.
3.1.
my bad.
And they should be stapled separate. We tried to
Yeah,
keep it,
yeah. Okay,
so we're starting with proposed lot 3.01, correct?
Great, and yes, with lot 3.01, because of the nature of the site, the particular lot width that we have to deal with, And as Peter alluded to earlier about the best location for the garage and the approach with the driveway, it seemed like having a garage off to on the left side of the property in both cases was preferable. And at the same time, we want to, we have a similar constraints. It kind of creates a similar type of footprint and design. However, did the best it could to create some differentiation between the two properties in terms of architectural style and also in terms of interior layout. So, on lot 3.01 is a more traditional, classical type of colonial style is shown here. And then on lot 3.02, going with a more of a craftsman style look to it, with where the base is more of a rough stone type of field stone type of a base foundation, split shingles in the gables, and then in 3.01 with the colonial version to have like a brick on the foundation and a gambled roof at the garage versus the chamfered gable that you see at the lot 3.02 arts and crafts style version. Lot 3.01 front facade features 3 dormers over 3 windows, as you see there, and lot 3.02 craftsman style has 1 single dormer, and the overhang at the front entrance is on brackets, so decorative brackets versus the colonial with its classical columns. I'll go to the interior layout.
Which is Z2 for both, correct?
Yes, Z2 interior basement and first floor plan. Start with the basement. It's we have spaces such as excuse me, recreation room, home gym. There's a full bath, a media room, and a mechanical room and storage closet. The full bath is for the benefit of the home gym and convenience to whoever's on the basement level to not have to go upstairs to use the bathroom. First floor, on the lot 3.01, the colonial version, you have your stair hall at your front entrance with the living room on the left, office on the right, dining room, kitchen, family room toward the rear with a breakfast area adjacent, leading you to the wood deck, which is suitable for dining purposes.
Just before you move on, regarding the deck, can you just tell the board roughly the sizes of the decks that are being proposed?
Right, it's a 12-foot 10, almost 13 feet by 11-foot 8. So just, suitable for outdoor dining. And it's, not a small balcony, it's a deck.
And while the application doesn't require any building or impervious coverage, there was great discussion about doing decks now rather than coming in like some builders do and not providing any decks or patio and having that all the way up to the maximum coverages, correct?
Right, we're seeking approval now as opposed to forcing the issue later. So
Well, there's no approvals
but
required.
but it's not required. Yeah, exactly. I'm just
But again, it was just part of the idea of planning for the future that the decks would already be existent and not run into an issue of approving a large house and then a future homeowner coming back to get a variance if they wanted a deck or a patio, correct?
That's correct. And it's considering the particular elevation we're at with the number of steps, a deck was the most appropriate outdoor space off the kitchen.
Not to cut your testimony short, but the interior layout really is outside our purview.
Okay.
So why don't you speak to your FAR and speak to your overall building envelope as opposed to how lovely the interiors of the home might be.
I agree. All right. So
Yeah, yeah, I mean, we can speak to bedrooms and that type of thing, but as a detailed layout.
So altogether, the applicant is seeking a 5-bedroom for each home, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And the existing home is how many bedrooms? It's currently there.
It is currently 5 bedrooms with an additional other space.
That's the home, is the ranch that's existing.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
And then, do we require any FAR variances?
No, as far as I know, Peter, there are no FAR.
What's your
variances.
square footage of these two homes there?
Yeah, the first floor is at 2,064 square feet of living area, 599 square feet of garage, and then the second floor is exactly 2,300 square feet of living area. The attic is under 7 feet and not occupiable for habitation. Pull-down stair type of access for light storage and mechanicals.
So your total square footage is what?
In terms of living area, 4,364.
No,
Yeah.
what? I'm sorry.
Garage is included.
Well, garage is included, and
So what's the total package?
we have I want to be consistent with.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, 4,561 on lot 3.01 and 4,561 on lot 3.02 as well.
Wait, so Ms. Davitt stated that the total square footage is 4,963 square feet. Is that accurate per house?
Right, 2064, 599.
Okay. No.
I thought you said 2064.
I'm sorry, I was misquoted. It's as written here on Peter's zoning sheet, zoning table. 2,752 square feet is the maximum building coverage. And in terms, but the floor area shows 4,561.
4,561?
Yes.
Okay.
That doesn't,
That doesn't,
that's not-
you said 2,064, 599, and 2,300.
These are numbers.
how much was the garage you said?
I think you said 599, unless I misunderstood.
That's 4,963.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right.
It's still under.
It's still under, I mean,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
still under.
I know,
I
it's
just
a,
forget it.
so,
You say it's still under in terms of what? In terms of
Floor area
building
ratio.
coverage? Floor
It's still
area.
under.
Yeah, like you're allowed about 5,400 and change, I think, is what you're allowed for FAR.
when we're under 5,000.
Right.
I will have that number updated and,
That's fine, I just
Yeah,
couldn't,
yeah.
looking at the plans here, it's not clear, because you show the max floor area ratio, but not the proposed. So.
Is that in the application, Mr. Chairman?
I don't see where it was, because I saw, where you have your building coverage. Or proposed lot coverage.
Right after the yellow sheet,
Is it on the yellow sheet?
right after it, the page after it. It's-
I've mixed mine all up.
so it's
Well, anyway,
page
just make sure those
2,
numbers are correct.
Attachment F.
This is
Is that right?
4,561.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, that's what.
4561 is what you're showing.
4561,
But that might not include.
Okay, because that's not correct.
so if we, okay,
Because you showed 20.93%. Is what you're showing, but that doesn't add up to what you just mentioned.
These were from you, so.
yeah, okay,
I mean, I realize you're saying your total's less, but you're about 5,000 feet.
I mean, I can't take a perimeter of the thing right now, but I can,
Let's hope you don't need an FAR variance.
right, but I think we're well under the FAR, just,
I know at DRC, we went through FAR, and there was no FAR variance required. Let's see what the. mention here, Simon.
I mean, does McDonough have that data?
Well, I will tell you what, I'll have Mr. Azrell just double calculate it. While Mr. McDonough is testifying, or if the board, we're almost done with Mr. Azrell's testimony. If we're done, I would ask for a 2-3 minute break just to call him and
Well,
see.
is he here? Is McDonough here? I don't see
No.
him. No. So why don't you continue, finish up your testimony, and then we'll go from there.
So just to reiterate, Mr. Azrell, the building envelope as prepared by Mr. Corson, which does not require any bulk variance relief for the building itself. The variance relief is for the lot size and lot width, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and the houses that you designed for each lot fit well within the building envelopes, correct?
Yes, within the setbacks.
And the number in the application, which was originally your number that you feel is accurate, but you will double check, would show that no FAR variance is required, correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ashwell?
So that's my question again, and so if this lot is subdivided, and these become 2 lots instead of 1, will they be smaller than the other lots in the neighborhood? Will each lot be smaller than any?
That would be
lot?
again for the planner.
Okay,
Not
all
the
right, so
architect.
is he here?
He is not here.
That's what I, okay, but you're expecting him to come?
He was supposed to be here at 9, correct?
So why don't you discuss, the complexities you had to deal with the substandard lot width?
Well, yeah, the approach for the garage and the location of the garage was key because of the particular lot width. Having the garage just off to the side forced the design where it was more L-shaped type of a layout where the garage is partly in the front yard.
So to Ms. Truitt's point though, are there other homes in this neighborhood that have similar design of home with that L shape?
In this neighborhood, yeah, I will defer to the planner. He's the one to have,
Okay, but I'm saying from an architectural.
from an architectural standpoint,
You're familiar with the neighborhood or not?
yes, I am,
Okay.
yeah.
So based on your familiarity with the neighborhood, just from an architectural standpoint, I'm not talking about planning.
Right.
Are there other homes in the neighborhood that have this type of home design?
I cannot say a particular address or location, but there are homes in Milburn Short Hills that have this kind of layout where the garage is somewhat forward of the house. But to kind of take away from that look, we had the garage doors face to the side, to the interior. And
Mr. Azrell, I mean, if I could refresh your memory, there is a property across the street from this that does have the garage towards the front. Correct? That is in a different zone than
Right.
us, we're in the R3 zone, but it does have the garage towards the front, correct?
yes, yes.
And what zone is that property in?
That is in the R4 zone. Across the street is the R4 zone.
So you have a 20-foot garage depth. Do you think in this day and age that's a reasonable depth based on the car size and everything else? Or do you think that's somewhat of a small garage depth?
Well, it's
Tight, let's say that way.
it's adequate. I mean, it's just enough to get the garage, the car in. But we'd want to domineer the facade with garage.
No, I'm just trying to see, is that a function of your lot width? That you can't put in a deeper garage?
No, you could do
Well, it certainly could be deeper front to back, but in terms of left to right,
Right, left to right.
yeah, I mean, then it would encroach a little further into the interior, or, it's you play the zero-sum game of, larger garage, less property.
Well, I mean, you have a parking problem, obviously, so.
But we also want to maintain maneuverability, So these are the challenges.
Attributed to the lot width, you're saying?
Well, this is what we have to work with, yeah.
But when we talk about the lot width and the challenges, that's due to the subdivision, correct? You wouldn't have these challenges if you weren't subdividing, right?
This is the lot width we have. I mean, yeah,
Well, the new lot width, right?
the new lot width, right.
But not with the former lot width prior to it being subdivided.
Yeah, I mean, we have a substantial side yard setbacks to maintain on, these two properties.
Well, do you feel like some of these hardships are self-imposed by wanting to subdivide in the first place?
That wouldn't really be a question for the architect, that would be a question for the planner when he gets into planning testimony. The architect's role is to design a house that fits within the building.
But I think in fairness, Ms. Cloud was asking the question of the architect in his role as an architect. I think he can answer the question, if you can. I think it's an appropriate question. I understand that she can ask the same question to the planner, but I think the question was directed to the architect in his role as an architect.
So the question is, in his role as an architect, if he feels that the relief needed for the design of the house is strictly a result of the lot width that's being created from the subdivision, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, there's this, we have a constraint and this is the challenge posed by the constraint and this is how we're best meeting it.
With regard to that, the house that's sort of across the street.
Yes.
That has the similar L shape that's in the R4 zone. What's the width of that lot, if you know?
I don't know the lot.
Do you know what the lot area is of that lot?
No, I don't.
Any other questions?
The circular driveway that we talked about, where would that be relative to this, the layout that you have right there?
Well,
You talked about
that was the original, yeah, maybe
Yeah.
Peter can attest to that.
This house has nothing to do with the circular.
We talked about that addition that you said that there would be on the side so that you could turn around, the vehicle would come out.
Oh, you mean make it like a K-turn scenario?
That's right.
Okay, you
That's right.
threw me with the circular, sorry.
You're talking about the proposed in the exhibit of the back out area?
Right.
Yeah, so that's located right in this existing connector driveway. So it's located right in this area on each lot. Right here. So if you look on your plan, which is sheet 3 of 6, you'll see proposed drywall system number 2. I'm not sure if you have that open, but that would be the location for lot 3.01. And then directly across, same location, same distance from the road on 3.02.
And is that right outside of the garage
No. The garage is up here.
on the other side?
Yeah, so it's down a little bit closer to the road. I wouldn't say it's quite halfway, but it's pretty close to being halfway down to the road. I just want to clarify one thing. There was an issue about the 20-foot garage depth. It could be increased. It could be increased to 22 feet. There's nothing that says it can't be. Even we could provide a 30-foot, we could even provide a 40-foot turn back out area right there. We're well under on impervious coverage. The driveway only needs to be 5 feet from the property line, so there's no reason why the garage width can't be increased or depth can't be increased.
With that driveway enhancement, the little flag that you are intending to add, what is the square footage that you would anticipate? Because it's of course not.
It's 335 square feet for each
Additional.
additional, and if you sum that, if you add that to what we're proposing, it's still well under the 35%, which is the maximum.
Any other questions before I move to Mr. McDonough?
Wait a minute, I just have a follow-up question for Mr. Corbin.
Go ahead.
So, hearing board member Glatt's question to the architect, is it your now testimony that the garage has ample room to be widened as far as the width, if that were something that the applicant would want to do, go to 22, 24, that's not necessarily a self-constrained problem with the design it is now, just because of lot width?
As far as the site goes, it has no detrimental impact. There's no new variances that are created. I don't even believe from an architectural point of view, there's any impact either, maybe to window or something like that, but that could be shifted over probably.
Being able to move around some more is benefit, right?
Any other questions for the architect? Any questions from the audience for the professional? Council?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, may I ask for a 2-minute break?
Yeah, we'll give you a 5-minute break and then we'll just keep this moving.
Yes.
A lot of cases tonight.
Thank you. Mr.
Oh, wait, one second. This one, what was that? This one's set. Go ahead.
All good?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
recording it.
Thank you. Before we go on to planning with Mr. McDonough, as promised during the break, Mr. Aswell triple checked his numbers. And can you tell us what the square footage of the house, including the garage, is, and then how that calculates for the FAR?
Okay. First floor, 2,064, that's the living area, 599 for the garage. The second floor is 2,300 for a total of 4,963. Divide by the lot size gives us a percentage of 22.78%.
Which is under the 25%, so there's no FAR variance required, correct?
Yes, that is correct, if you're asking me, yes.
And so with regard to minimum rear yard unoccupied, for both of these lots, you're at 25.05%. Right? Yes?
Rear yard occupied.
Right? So you don't really have any flexibility to do anything in terms of a pool or other accessory structures in the rear yard.
With the exception of the nice sized decks that are already proposed, correct?
Correct. So
These-
that was my follow-up question. So
Yeah.
25.05% includes
The decks, correct.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aswell. Okay, next we'd like to call Mr. John McDonough.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in tonight's proceeding to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Name for the record, please.
Sure. Hi there, everyone. My name's John McDonough, MC, capital DONOUGH.
Okay, Mr. McDonough, can you give the board some background as to your education and your employment?
Sure. I'm a licensed professional planner here in the state of New Jersey. That license is current and it's good standing, and I get to testify across the state, and I've been here before.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd like to have him qualified as a professional planner.
Done this application is already set.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, Mr. McDonough, I know you weren't here in person during the first part of our presentation. We already had Mr. Corzine testify as to the engineering, the bulk requirements, confirm the bulk variances that are required with this application, being the lot width and the lot size. The additional exhibit, which I know you're aware of, showing that K-turn area as recommended by the municipality's planner, which
Yes.
would require a fifth variance. And then there was some conversation before you got here regarding the D5 density variance, which is the reason why we're in front of this board for jurisdiction.
Yes.
So with that being said, I will let you go ahead and explain to the board
How many looking for now? Variances?
where we were 5, now we're 6. Well, sorry, 7, because it's a mirror image on,
Okay. So the 7 variances are.
lot width for each
Times
lot.
2.
Times 2.
Oh, okay.
Okay, got it. Lot size times 2 for each lot.
A lot of area you're saying, right?
The proposed kick out times 2 for each lot. So they're mirror image variances,
And density variance
and
one.
density is 1,
Got it.
correct?
Take it away.
Yes.
Okay, so as we know, every variance application is supposed to relate to a distinct piece of property. Otherwise, you're acting in a capacity you really can't act in, which is something only the governing body can do, which is create zone districts. What I'd like to do is give the board some visuals as to why I think from a planning standpoint, there is a rationale as to how this variance and this relief here for this subdivision can be effectuated without being tantamount to a rezone. And I see this as an opportunity to fix up a site that could use some help and achieve some positive integration with the surrounding neighborhood. So, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'm just going to hand out a packet of exhibits. I'll start.
What's in it?
It's going to be 5 pages. We've got some maps. We've got some photographs from the air, from the ground. I think it's 5
And the
pages.
photographs in here are references taken by you, Mr. McDonough.
Except I don't float the drone. Should I
And
come?
so it's a total of 5
pass it around.
sheets,
All right, so
and this
we're-
will be A4.
We're gonna mark this as A4, and I'm sorry, Rosemary, how many sheets?
It's 5 pages, council.
Just give it to Amy and we'll slide them down. Thank you.
And we'll just call it planning exhibit.
Planning presentation.
Sure, thank you.
A little alliteration sentence. Is there enough for?
This should be enough for everybody. I think this. Yep. So the, what exhibit is this again?
A4.
Okay, so A4 for the record, the key points here, we'll start with the first page, which is a map that I downloaded from your Milburn GIS on the website. It's a parcel map. It shows the subject site and the surroundings. And what I've done is simply outline the subject property in black and put that dashed line down the middle. We're taking an interior lot, which is just to the east of Old Short Hills Road on South Orange Avenue, and creating 2 lots that I believe from a planning standpoint would result in homes that are more in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood from a mass and scale standpoint. The key point with this exhibit, we are in the R3 zone district. That's the lighter color. You can see immediately across the street, we've got the darker color. That's the R4 district, where these lots would be compliant from a lot area standpoint. There is some case law out there that came from the Supreme Court, the Price versus Himmigi case, which talks about being on the edge of a zone, which would otherwise not need variance relief, could be a basis for variance relief. Again, I give some deference to the fact for the board that we are on the edge of a zone where these lots would be conforming. And as you've heard, the lot width here, which is one of the visuals that planners look at, and the public looks at as well when we perceive overcrowding and light and air, the lot width here is substantially compliant with what the zoning requirement would be. 105 feet, where 115 feet would be the minimum required. So obviously, one of the goals, one of the targets of floor area ratio is to avoid overcrowding and something that looks out of place, too squeezed in the context of the neighborhood. We think here, given the fact that we are on South Orange Avenue, which is a distinct street, clear and distinct from Dorison Drive, which has beautiful large estate homes on it. There are influences along South Orange Avenue, which would lend itself to these smaller sized homes. And importantly, our applicant here is actually going to green up the site by taking what is now a single house that exceeds the minimum, the maximum requirement for impervious coverage of approximately 15,000 square feet. If you take the overall lot coverage of the 2 homes proposed, that's going to be 9,000 square feet. So we're looking at actually greening up the site by eliminating the home that's there. It's an older home, and putting in these 2 newer modern homes. So that's another aspect of good planning as well. We do have the R5 zone, which is an even denser zone than what the applicant is proposing. And again, the R4 was immediately across the street. So the key point here is this area along South Orange Ave is certainly distinct from what we see in the R3 zone district along Dorison Drive. We have those much larger homes. And so frame number 2 is simply to show a view of the subject site frontage. You've got a multi-lane collector roadway in comparison to what we see over at Dorison Drive, where you're looking at a local road, again, defined by much larger estate homes. And then frame number 3 is a view of the subject site. It is a ranch-style home. Of course, obviously, 2 stories are allowed on the zone, and this could manifest as a much larger home along this corridor here. Again, it's a site that's in poor condition. It's been abandoned, it is unoccupied at the present time. That becomes evident in frame number 4, view of the rear of the existing dwelling. And then one of the things that struck me about this property when I looked at it and went in the backyard the other day was the beautiful open nature, the spacious backyard that's there, and the abundant, robust landscape that separates the subject site from the homes on Dorison Drive as well. So again, the clear association here is with South Orange Avenue, which was with that R4 zone district, not with those homes on Dorison Drive. And we think, again, as a result of good planning, there's good separation between this site and the homes on Dorison Drive. With that framework and that planning rationale, again, the relief that the applicant is asking the board to move on, paramount relief would be the D5 density relief. It's interrelated to lot area. We have two lots that are proposed at 21,787 square feet, where 29,000 would be the minimum required. And then the lot width, as I just said, 105 linear feet along the frontage, where 115 would be the minimum required. There is also, as a result of that turnaround, relief for parking in the front yard, as you've heard. We're going to take the D5 relief and also bundle the subsidiary C relief together in terms of looking at the positive and the negative criteria. We know that whenever we're looking for density relief, the key aspect, the key test is whether the site can accommodate the additional density here. We look at the mass, we look at the scale, we look at the ability to park the site, to water the sewer, the site as well, to see if we are overtaxing the land, if we are creating overdevelopment. In this regard, I think on the positive side, the board can certainly look to not only the Himeji case that I mentioned, being on the edge of a zone where these smaller lots would be allowed, but also the Kaufman case, where the court found that improved neighborhood harmony, two smaller homes in lieu of one larger home would offer better balance with the surrounding neighborhood. And I'm going to come back to that as I go forward, but
In the Kaufman case, were two smaller lots that were not to standard created?
The Kaufman case was, that was affirmed by the court on an approval, and I believe it was lot width. I believe the lot size was okay, it was lot width that was not.
And that wasn't a density case.
That is correct, that is correct. Also, the key point I wanted to make here for the board is that I did do a search of the homes within 200 feet. I took the average home size. I have it here in a little table. I can certainly give it to the board. But I came up with the average in the neighborhood is 5,482 square feet. Within that 200-foot radius, 5,482. And the applicant is proposing 5,447. So again, I think there's some good neighborhood harmony there in terms of the average home size.
John, can you stop right there, just so we can get clear on that? What are you basing the 5,447 on?
What I did was I went in.
I'm trying to help you because
Yeah.
we just went through this whole FAR discussion.
Mhm.
And we came out with 4,963.
On the subject house?
Yeah.
No, not on the existing house, on the proposed homes.
That's what I meant, yes, on the proposed homes, okay,
Correct.
5,447. Okay, so
4963.
I probably did an apples to apples comparison. I went in the property tax, the assessment records where they have the diagram. And I just took the total building area, the floor area for each one of these. I could provide those cards to the board if you'd like to see them. But the homes vary from 7,040, actually much over 8,000 square feet over on Dorison Drive. And then again, I have 5,447, which includes the garage. I don't know what.
This includes the garage.
And basement?
No, it does not include basement.
Okay, so again, I took total floor area based on all of the floor areas within the building. 5,447 compared to the 5,482 was the average.
So in your 5,482 includes basements?
Yes. Whatever was included in the property record cards was what I included. Again, just to do an apples to apples comparison. And I can certainly provide for your professional, or the board, if you'd like, what those cards are. So again, the resultant home, if we took the two lots, the two homes at 5,447 would add up to 10,894 square feet for a floor area. Again, I'm looking at the 5447 as being more in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood. Also, just to look at the physical aspects of what I just showed you, the project is going to replace a defunct abandoned home that's not benefiting the neighborhood in its current capacity. The new dwellings are consistent with the mass and scales of the homes in the area. It's going to add positive value, that's going to add quality. And again, remembering that the existing large home was used as a doctor's office. Smaller homes will have lesser lot intensity. All of the above will tie to the purposes of the land use law, especially Purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare. Purpose G, to provide for a variety of uses in appropriate locations. Purpose I, the promotion of a desirable visual environment. And Purpose M, our planning goal for efficient use of land. I'm sure you saw from the architectural renderings that there's a commitment to quality here and to certainly bring up the aesthetic of the neighborhood. In terms of the potentially negative impacts, visually, physically, and functionally, the new homes will complement, not overpower, the surrounding area. And aside from the lot size, the lot width, and that coverage, that parking in the front yard, this project is going to substantially comply with all the bulk and your light and air controls. The project also will comply with building height, overall coverage, parking, and the setbacks on all sides. So the degree of departure from the zone scheme, in my opinion, is not going to be substantial. As I said, the lot width is going to be 91% compliant. So these homes are not going to appear oversized in the context of the neighborhood, and they're not going to appear squeezed in the context of the neighborhood, which is really why we have those density controls and those other bulk controls as well. I would argue this is a transitional lot that transitions from those larger homes in the R3 district on Dorison Drive, which is a beautiful neighborhood, and transitions our way over to the R4 zone district on the opposite side of South Orange Avenue. In that regard, I would see this as an effective blend of the surrounding area. Good planning, again, looks at specific pieces of property, and for the reasons that I've given, as a transitional lot, a lot that could use some help, I think this is certainly a distinct piece of property that would set up well in terms of the statutory criteria for relief that is not tantamount to a rezone. All said, for all of the reasons that I've given, I think this subdivision is appropriate at this location. It fits within the varied context of the neighborhood. And importantly, the D5 test looks at whether the site can accommodate additional density. For all of the reasons that I've just given the board, and also based on the testimony of the witnesses before me, I see this as a good fit with the neighborhood. And with that, I would pause on direct. Is there anything else you need me to hit?
You had an opportunity to review the planner's memo, albeit from June 1st.
Yes, that was prior to the density relief, yes.
Correct. And you touched on all the planning points in here. There's nothing that you disagree with in the planning memo itself, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So just to be clear, in summary of your testimony, that the subdivision of this site with the proposed 2 homes will in fact have a positive benefit and be a transition over into the R4 zone, and will have less mass as far as building coverage, impervious coverage, and bring more green space into what exists today without anybody building further up, correct?
Yes. Again, this section of the R3 zone district is dominated by the loop road over at Dorison Drive. We're talking about a lot that is not part of Dorison Drive. It fronts on South Orange Avenue, and there are about 3 or 4 other lots over there. This is the one that needs help. The others seem stable and seem to be in good shape. So I would say redevelopment of this parcel is inevitable, and I think this is an opportunity for improved zoning here with those 2 smaller homes than 1 large redevelopment here. So again, to the extent that construction is going to happen here and it is inevitable, I think this is a better opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions from the board?
Third time's a charm. So, looking at, you have mentioned a couple of times that you believe that this property is on the edge of the zone, and therefore we might want to compare it more to R5 rather than to Dorson, which is in the same zone. Is that correct?
If you live here, you're looking out at South Orange Avenue, you're not part of that network of homes along Dorson Drive. And I took pictures of those too. They're much larger. Your influence here is South Orange Ave and those homes across the street.
And just for clarity, is the R4 zone, not the R5 zone,
R4, yeah, the R5 is one lot over.
right?
But my question would be, the width that you were proposing with subdividing this lot, are there any other properties in this zone that are this similar proposed width?
It's a factual question, and the string of homes across the street, no.
In the same zone?
Oh, in the same zone.
So I think what, just to help frame it, so you're, in your exhibit A4 on page 1, you identify properties that are located in the R3 zone, including the subject property, correct?
In terms of that 200-foot ring, yes.
Right? With a certain shading, right, representing the R3
Yes.
right? I think what Ms. Truitt is asking is, are there any properties that you've depicted that have lot widths that are deficient for the zone?
I don't believe so. I'd have to look over at 48 Dorison Drive, which has that little pie shape to it. It pinches in. Maybe 44, but again, I think you can clearly see that ours would be less than.
Right. And what about, John, for lot area? Same question. Are there any other lots in the R3 zone as you depict on page 1 of your A4 that are substandard in terms of lot area?
Not in this block of R3. I didn't look at the greater R3. I'm keeping my focus on this section.
And what about across the street on South Orange Ave?
Well,
which is in the R4.
Understood. But just you're driving down the street, what are you going to see on both sides?
Right. Well, when you're driving down South Orange Avenue, what are you going to see?
So you're going to see, assuming this property is subdivided, it's going to have 105 foot width. It's going to have a house. How's that going to compare? It's obviously much smaller than the houses on either side of the total property. But what about across the street? How's this going to compare to what's across the street?
Well, those homes on the other side of South Orange Avenue are in the range of 3,500 square feet. When I was giving the numbers before, and the ones back on the Dorison Drive side are over 8,000 linear feet. So this is sort of in the middle, in that 4,500 range. So how is that going to compare? It's actually going to be larger homes than the ones that are on the opposite side of the street.
The proposed homes would be larger than the homes on the other side of the street.
Yes.
And the lot sizes, I'm sorry,
The lot sizes look like they're slightly larger than the 20,000 square foot minimum.
And just to extend that question, the two neighboring plots, they look much broader.
They are much larger, yes.
They're comparable to the one as it stands now, without the subdivision.
They are comparable, yes. They don't have, the homes on those lots, 6,000 over at 470, and over at 890, 7,000. So those are larger homes, yes.
So let's add this together. I mean, you're still talking about 9,000 square feet worth of development between these two homes.
I am, yes, I am.
So it's still probably more substantial than the homes on either the east or west of it, as those are probably not 9,000 square foot homes, correct?
Again, Mr. Chairman, they're not 9,000.
Like you said, you looked at Dorson Drive, you looked how many 9,000 square foot homes have you found on Dorson Drive to its back, which I'm going to give you the benefit of Dorson because you're obviously comparing yourself to the homes on the other side of the street for development purpose. I'm pretty sure there's no 9,000 square foot homes on.
I get you.
Okay.
Yep.
So my question leads into this. why not build one nice new greenhouse, green meaning environmentally friendly home on the lot that currently exists, since we have a blank slate here?
Well,
Would
again,
that be more beneficial to the zoning plan and master plan?
again, I see this as an opportunity to create a transition here between those homes that are around the subject property and those that are immediately.
So creating two substandard sized lots is a good transition to you.
Well, the one, you have one is a corner lot, the one that's at 470 Old Short Hills Road, and then the one at 890 and the one over at 882 really have the influence of the open land of the park next to them. So this lot sort of sits in the middle.
Well, I understand its location. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You know, if this board was to approve this application, John, for subdivision, what would be to prevent someone for 470 Old Short Hills or 890 South Orange Avenue from coming in for the same relief, arguing that those were also transition lots based on the arguments that you're making?
There, again, grant of relief is not precedential.
Understood.
You would have to look at the specifics. I mean, again, 470 is a corner lot. So typically a corner lot would have additional land area associated with it. 890, I would have to take a closer look at. That might be an opportunity there to create something similar. I would have to look at that one on its own facts. But then clearly everything opens up over with 882. So sort of in my mind, the wild card would be 890 South Orange Avenue next door. And whether that would be appropriate for some to create this little string of smaller homes just at this particular location.
Any other questions, Mr. McDonald?
And John, in terms of trips, vehicular trips, based on the testimony provided by the architect, that these are, right now, there's a 5-bedroom home, and what is being proposed are 2 5-bedroom homes. So math dictates that the number of vehicular trips will probably approximately double on a daily basis.
Yes, RSIS talks about 10 trips per day per home, so effectively double, yes.
Ms. McDonough, just the 2 lots that you're looking to be created here would be the smallest of the lots on that R3, R4 section you mentioned, right? Maybe the smallest lots on that block, on both sides.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
Okay. Including the lot, what I'm saying is that they'd be smaller than even the lots in the R4 on the north side of South Orange.
Those lots are larger, yes. Again, I would have to probably work my way a little bit more into the neighborhood, but I can tell you the string of homes along South Orange Ave facing the site are larger than 20,000.
About 24,000 square feet.
Exactly. So it's a balancing. It's a balancing here, whether this is an opportunity. This is the applicant's proposal.
Sure. Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the audience? It was professional. Any comments from the audience? In that case, I'll close the public portion of the meeting. Board members, what say you?
I don't see the opportunity that the applicant is talking about, besides maybe an opportunity to make some more money. I'm looking at this, and even just looking at, I actually found this page really helpful, because looking at it outlined in black, with the subdivision in it looks completely out of place. I mean, I think this is going to be very detrimental to the neighborhood, to the streetscape. I mean, I think it's a traffic problem. It's a really busy street, so to double the amount of traffic, I think the hardships, as I said before, are self-imposed. I'm not seeing it. I'm curious to see what my fellow board members think.
So from a C1 perspective, I think this completely fails. This is, there's no hardship here. We have an oversized lot for the zone that's being turned into 2 undersized lots. From a C2 perspective, a flexible C, I haven't heard any compelling evidence as to why this is beneficial to the master plan or zoning plan. Why would we take an oversized lot for the zone, create 2 undersized lots for the zone, put 2 homes instead of 1 existing home, and say that that is beneficial to the master plan and zoning plan of the township? Furthermore, as to Jessica's point, it's completely out of place. If you look at these lots, they are fairly consistent. I mean, this is not one of these zones where you say, okay, well, what was someone's thinking when they made this an R3? It's incredibly distinct, and the lots are very, very similar in size. I do not buy the argument that building two houses is better than one in terms of square footage, in terms of intensity of use. I do believe that one home is far better suited for this site than to create two homes that in and of themselves, now we have no room in the backyard to develop anything. We wind up with having to put now a parking spot in the middle of the front yard so that we can accommodate turning around and site accommodation of automobiles. I don't see the win here. So I would not support this application.
I completely agree with everything my colleagues have just said.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that, Des.
Yeah, and I feel like we're setting up a situation down the road where somebody, whoever does buy these houses is gonna end up coming back and saying they have hardship because it's too narrow and they wanna build something else and, I don't see it.
Do you have a motion in this case?
I'd make a motion to deny.
Second.
Commissioner Edgar?
So if I say yes, it's denying it.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Chandru Harjani?
Yes.
Amy Vaughn?
Yes.
Gary Rosen?
Yes.
Regina Truitt?
Yes.
Jessica Black?
Yes.
Mike Lichner?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Moving right along. Amaya Garbayo, 146 Sagamore Road.
Gary Goodman on behalf of Amaya Garbayo. Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Hang on 1 second. 1 second. We're just give our attorney here a second to gather himself. Gather. Okay.
We're good? Applicant proposes to construct a new tiered patio with retaining walls on her property. She's the homeowner. There's 5 variances we're looking for. Most of these are caused by very unusual, undersized property with a very steep slope. Hence, we're looking for a steep slope disturbance in excess of 1,000 square foot. We're proposing 1,863 feet of disturbance, as our engineer will testify. Given this nature of this property, anything she does is going to disturb the property in excess of what is allowed. We're also looking for accessory structure coverage. Permitted 7%. We're at 10.2%, 6%. These are patios and play areas for her child. We have a fence that we're proposing in the front yard. This is a corner property, so she has, in essence, 2 front yards. We have an accessory structure on the corner lot closer to the street, in excess of the 40-foot required. And we have a fence that ranges from a corner of 11 feet, averaging about 6 foot and a few inches along one side of the property. So essentially, we got a difficult lot, and she's looking to make it usable for her family. She would really like to have a patio with a barbecue. She'd like to have a play area for her child. She'd like to have some privacy. And to do all this, you need a retaining wall to basically mitigate against the disturbances that she is going to do to the property. I have 2 witnesses tonight. I have my engineer, I have my planner. I know it's late, and so I'll call up my engineer. My engineer is behind me. Okay.
Just raise your right hand. Do you swear upon testimony about to give in tonight's hearing to be the truth, whole truth, and the truth?
I do.
Your name, spelling it for the record.
Christian Cueto, last name Cueto.
Christian, could you give your qualifications, testify as a professional engineer tonight?
Yes, I'm a graduate of NJIT with a degree in civil engineering. I've been practicing civil engineering for the past 17 years. I am currently licensed in good standing. I've testified in multiple boards in central and northern New Jersey, and I also sit on the Kenilworth board as the board engineer.
I ask that he be accepted as an expert.
Qualifications are accepted.
Thank you.
Christian, could you explain to the board what the existing conditions are on this site?
Sure. So as stated, this is block 204, lot 21, 146 Sagamore Road, located on the corner of Pine Street and Sagamore Road. The site is located in the R4 residential district. The site is surrounded by other residential uses. The existing site is not a straight shape, a straight square shape. It's 79.91 by 160.33 by 80 by 156.63. The overall square footage is 12,664 square feet, which is undersized for this zone. Presently on the site is a two-story single-family home with a driveway with access on Pine Street. There are several slate walkways from Pine Street to the house, and from Sagamore to the another entrance on that side. The house, there's a covered patio in the rear, along with an existing wood deck. There are two areas of steep slopes identified here and here. Steep slope is anything 20% or greater. There's one in the northwest corner, and the other one is located to the rear, to the southern part of the house, from the house all the way to the adjacent lot line near sharing lot 1. There's an existing retaining wall that kind of goes over the lot line between the site and lot 20. And the site drains from Sagamore Road all the way to the corner here. There is about a 21-foot difference from that side to the corner.
21 foot of.
Slope, elevation change.
Christian, could you go through the plans as to what Mr. Bio has proposed for the site?
Okay, so first, there's going to be no changes to the existing building. The building will remain the same. The applicant will be removing the existing slate walkway and construct a stepping stone walkway on pea gravel that goes from Pine Street to the house and around the corner towards Sagamore. They will remove some of the slate walk that's adjacent to Sagamore and construct a brick paver walkway to go to the patio area along the southern part of the site. They are going to construct a brick paver patio that goes down some steps to another brick paver patio. They're going to construct this is a natural boulder wall and steps here and then a Ninja Warrior wall, and followed by a playground area that's located on artificial turf. To be able to develop this area, we are proposing a retaining wall that's along the adjacent lot line, lot 1 to lot 20. And on top of the wall, there's going to be a 6-foot high fence. As Mr. Goodman stated, this isn't, we're asking for an 11-foot high fence, but this is actually, the wall goes from at grade all the way to 5 feet and that's at the low corner here. And then from here goes back to grade approximately here. So right here, when you put the fence there, that's 6 feet. Over here, it's a little over 6 feet. But here at the lowest end, because the wall is 5 feet high, it's going to be 11. because of the regrading of the site, we're proposing a storm sewer inlet to collect any runoff from the site to go all the way to Pine Street through a doghouse manhole.
So Christian, when we're talking about accessory use coverage and the reason that we're over, what counts as accessory structure uses is patio, play areas.
Actually, you know, when I was looking at the definition, like literally 2 minutes ago, I don't believe patio areas fit as an accessory use.
Is that counted in our percentage?
That is counted in the, I believe, in the percentage, because I just did the calculation. So all the brick paver patios was including to that calculation, when in actuality, I believe that it should just be the playground equipment and the boulder wall, which is about 392 square feet. So if that was 392 square feet, I believe that that would no longer be considered a variance.
Do you think that that variance is no longer
Applicable.
being requested?
Yes.
Which variance?
Variance.
609.1.c, maximum accessory use coverage, 886.48 square foot, proposed 1,300, and you want to take out the patio. You don't?
I believe, under your definition, a patio is not classified as an accessory.
If
It
it's not
is.
accessory, what is it? It's either gotta be accessory or principal.
I mean, just under the definitions, let's say like swimming pool, sheds.
Sheds, patios.
But this is,
They're all accessory.
I mean, I'll obviously defer to you guys, but that was just my interpretation.
Well, in any regard, we noticed for it. I showed up thinking we were asking for
Okay.
it, so I'm going to ask for it again.
I took a shot.
Okay, that's why I stopped you. All right, go ahead.
So going over the other variances that we were requesting, the other one was the
Fence in the front yard?
the fence in the front yard, which is for obviously privacy, which also is for the fence that goes along the rear. And the location, it has to be to the front yard setback, and we're only 29.1 feet from the front yard setback. And lastly, the steep slope disturbance. As I stated earlier, the steep slope located to the southern part of the site, this is pretty centralized. And any type of development in here would require some sort of retaining wall that would allow them to regrade this to be usable for a family.
So in your opinion, does the placement of this retaining wall mitigate against what we're trying to do here in terms of re-tiering the patio?
Yes.
Questions for the board?
Give me color representation of any of this, because I'll be honest with you, I feel like I'm looking at the,
Black and white. All right.
Yeah.
This was done by this was not done by my office. This was supplied by a landscape.
And obviously, that hasn't been given to the board.
This hasn't been given to the board. We can submit this, and this shows in color exactly what's on our plans.
So you want to mark that as
A1.
A1, and this was.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. You didn't prepare that,
No,
right?
Who prepared it, Christian?
Parker Landscape Design.
Okay, they're not here,
They're
right?
not here.
look, I mean, so you guys can't speak to this thing. So, I mean, continue, but
I'd like to see it not only that way in color, I'd like to see like a representation of what it would actually look like. I think it's very hard to see from this big rolly thing that we have to look at.
Understood?
I mean, you're asking for a lot of stuff here.
From Sagamore in particular.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we got, the only thing I could picture when I went to that site was a fence. The rest of this was incredibly difficult to visualize. All of this hardscape, all of this steep surface, what these walls are gonna look like, what a proper landscaping plan, not one like that. Okay. I mean, you're welcome to continue, but, you know, I think you're not quite there yet with the way you're presenting this.
Okay, I'll take a few minutes.
And you're asking for 5 or 6 variances now?
I count 5.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were adding something in here. How would you like to proceed?
I'm thinking about that.
Do so.
Yeah, I think in fairness to the board, it's best to come back when we can present it in a fashion that you can better understand it. So if we could ask to continue it, that would be our request at this time.
Anyone here in the crowd for this case? Okay. So Eileen, what's it?
What is it? What is it?
I got more good news coming for the crowd, so.
I mean, honestly, October's out of the question. November's out of the question. December 4th is my next availability.
December 4th?
Okay. Let's do December 4th. For those in the crowd, December 4th. Okay. There will be no further notice. It will be posted on the website. So please take notice of that. And we'll hear December 4th.
Yeah, so this application in particular is being carried to the board's December 4th, 2023 meeting at 7 o'clock here in the municipal building. No further notice will be provided to the public.
If you have new stuff to circulate, what's it, 10 days you need it, Eileen? 10 days, so get the stuff in as soon as you possibly can.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, we're gonna wrap this thing at 11. So basically, if the next case, which is Howard and Sylvia Levine, what, is there an attorney representing right here? Come on down.
Be back.
So we will hear no new testimony after 11 p.m. What do you think? Can you get it done? Or do you need more time?
I think so. I have really, my planner and engineer is one person. And I have Dr. Levine just for like 5 minutes up front, just to say who he is, how long he's lived here, what his plan is.
So, and I know you've trimmed down your variances, correct? From
Yes,
here?
yes.
Okay.
From 7 to 4.
Okay, so I'm gonna take your word on that we're gonna get done. The softs, okay?
He's right here.
Oh,
I need like 10, 15.
His application.
I have a 5-minute spiel.
let's roll, okay?
Get him out of the way.
So, yeah, let's do that.
I've learned a ton, so.
Good, so why don't you, do you mind, Counselor? Okay, so we'll get you done too, so I'd love to get everybody in tonight as you can see, we're scheduling out to December and that's not fun for anyone.
My wife already had to go home and relieve the babysitter, so appreciate this.
Raise your right hand. Please swear affirm testimony you're about to give tonight to the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Say your name for the record.
Evan, EVAN, Soft, SOFF. I made a few extra pictures this morning that I thought might be helpful. I have 7 copies. Is it okay to hand those out, or is it best not to?
Well, you're more than welcome to hand it out. If you're gonna speak to it, I suggest we submit it to evidence and you hand it out.
I think it just might be helpful later, or I can hold on to them. And, if you don't mind, here, I'll just hand you. Just some outdoor photos. So I'm appearing solely.
Hold on a second.
Sure.
First of all, do you have any professionals with you tonight?
No, I'm here solely.
Okay. Let's swear him in. We did. Okay. So how many, did you take these photos today?
So these photos of my outdoors were taken, a couple were today. A couple were from just about a year ago. And one of them shows an existing deck that I obtained from the prior owners,
Okay, so
which was taken a
do,
little while ago.
do these photos that you're handing out, we're
We
gonna
have to
get to
share,
the
guys.
marking in a second,
So,
do they accurately depict the current condition of your property?
Yes, except for the one that shows the dog and the and
When
a
we
deck.
get to the dog, you'll have to distinguish that.
You'll
I-
notice.
I see the dog.
Yeah, that is
Okay.
my prior owner's dog. That deck is no longer there.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna mark your set of 4 photos, 4, right, is A1,
Thank you.
okay? So why don't, you just briefly describe why you're here before we get into the
Sure.
photos?
So I'm here because I need variance relief on 3 issues. Number 1 is the side yard setback, where 15 feet is required. It's currently 11.9 feet. I will point out that in this project, the side yard setback is not being reduced at all. That is just the current status.
Anything getting worse?
It's getting wider. So as the property line and the angle of the house is that as the deck extends out from the house, it will be moving away from the property line. So it will not be any more narrow than it is today.
And the deck isn't outside the house's envelope, right?
Yes. Building coverage is the second issue. 14% is allowed. This is at 14.5 currently. We're asking to increase this to 18.9%, which is the result of a decorative pergola structure, which is in the previous photos or the photos originally submitted. And we're just looking to put a pergola frame, which will be and add sails in between. So that's the extent of that. And then the third is lot area coverage, 31.9%. Currently to 36%, where 35% is allowed, so over by 1%.
How do we trim the 1%?
How do I trim the 1%? I'm hoping not to, but if that is what's required, then we could proportionally reduce the size of the project.
I mean, you're 31 by 17, that's pretty sizable.
It is the most important thing is to cover the width of the house is what I'm ideally looking to do. To reduce it further, this is basically the space to have an ample living space for eating and dining and some lounging. And it does leave ample space. I know a couple members were at the house today. It does leave ample space for greenery. We have a trampoline, an area for my daughter. I did prepare a 3.5 minute thing that I think might be helpful to just speak to, unless you'd rather ask questions, which I'm happy to answer.
Well, since we're here to be expedient, from a lot coverage perspective, you know, that 1% is a little bit much. I think you can trim this back a bit to be compliant there. You know, your building coverage, like I said, this is large. I mean, no matter how you cut it, it's big. You know, you're roughly, give or take, the square footage of the development is.
I mean, to be, if I may, big is a relative term. And this was
relative to your lot is big.
This was a design that we and our designer came up with. It doesn't encroach extremely far in the house, in the yard, and given the width of the space and the size of the yard, it does not appear disproportional relative to those factors.
So this building coverage, the 4.9% excess,
Excuse me?
the permitted is 14, proposed is 18.9, right?
Correct. That is
What's the square footage we're talking about?
for the property.
But the 4.9% excess, what's the square foot?
The 4.9 excess would be,
Or if you give me the 100% number, we can do the calculation.
sure, so,
Is the building coverage, Eileen, is the building coverage from the pergola only?
Yeah, because you're covering it.
I also just want to highlight that the lot itself is undersized for an R4 lot. So this is an 11,250 square foot lot where the minimum is 20,000. On the side yard setback issue, our lot, which we bought it this way, is 75 feet wide, where 100 feet is what is the minimum standard.
I hear what you're saying, but that doesn't tell the development to be larger, exponentially larger, because your lot's exponentially smaller. So
It's 1%. If it would please the board, we could reduce it by
1%.
If that's what all the board needs to hear, then we could absolutely
Well,
find a
I
way
do,
to make
but
it.
I'm not speaking for the board.
I mean, my hope is if you look at the pictures, it doesn't look disproportionate. I know the role of the board here is to stick to certain numbers. I don't believe this is out of scope in terms of other exceptions that have been granted within the neighborhood. I don't believe it is outside the scope of the neighborhood
Look,
standard.
your area is an anomaly because of the fact that you're zoned the way it's zoned, but the lots behave in like it's a different zone. And that's always the problem with where you are, because it is zoned bigger, but the majority of the lots on your street are smaller. And that's the fact of Park Place and Park Road and Park Circle. It's just how that is. So, I hear what you're saying. Anyone have any questions?
There, you say many properties in the neighborhood have large decks and patios. Where in relation to your lot does that exist at the level that you're proposing here?
Well, I can speak to the property across the street has a deck. I can speak to the property that is on Farley that butts against ours, has a patio. Our neighbors at 35 have a patio.
Do they have patios?
I have not been in everybody's
No, I
yard,
understand, but I'm
but
saying, do they have patios at sizes similar to the one that you're proposing here?
I believe the one on Farley is a significantly sized,
Farley's a very different street.
but we share, our yard is right next to their yard.
Right, but I don't know if that's comparable to Park Road. We also don't know if the other developments in your area in terms of patios are compliant. They may comply with the zoning, so.
That wasn't the question I was asked. I was just answering the question I was asked.
What's the significance of the last page?
So one of the points that I wanted to make, thank you for asking, is why does this deck need to be built? Or why are we asking for this project? Prior to us moving in, that deck that Mr. Simon just pointed out to was constructed there. That was ripped up in order to, prior to my purchase, in order to remove an oil tank. So now all I have there is that wooden platform. And so relative to what was there prior to the oil tank being pulled, I do not believe we are asking for a significant increase. To the chairman's point, it is 1% over, which again was sort of what was recommended by our designer. And the advice, which may have been bad advice, was that he didn't think that a 1% differential would be something that would the board would necessarily take issue with. I also will point out, we've spoken with our neighbors. Nobody has any issue with it. We've spoken with the Chokshis on Farley. We've spoken with the Guos on Park Circle. we've also made numerous attempts and have done numerous things to be neighborly. We've pruned back trees to, walnut trees were falling on the Guo's property. The Chokshis had trees that were overgrown on our property, which we went ahead and pruned back. And ultimately, I think what we're looking to do is have a platform that is sufficient for dining and lounging and providing a community. I do believe it furthers the intent of the land use laws. And I think it is in keeping with the neighborhood, and have had other folks come by to see it, and nobody has had any concerns as far as I know.
Anyone on the board have any questions? Mr. Saul?
Yeah, I have a quick question. The whatever you're putting on top of the pergola, is that for sun protection? Is that?
Yeah, it's for shade. We just want to
aesthetic,
put
or-
some sails in there for shade purposes. So, if for example, the building coverage, right, because the fixed pergola counts as a building, if that were unacceptable to the board, then a large umbrella could solve the same kind of issue. And it wouldn't be fixed and wouldn't be something that would be subject to this kind of concern.
Any other questions? Any questions from the audience regarding this application? Any comments from the audience regarding this application? Then I'll close the public portion. Board members, what's your thoughts? I mean, I like the pergola part of it, which I know contributes to the coverage, building coverage. The lot coverage, I'd like to see trimmed. So I would be in favor of it with lot coverage that is within the permitted ordinance.
I would support the application as well under those circumstances.
Anybody?
I think that makes sense.
Would you like us to vote?
Sure. So just to be clear, would I have to appear in front, or as long as it were in line with the 35% number?
Well, yeah, correct. You would have to just resubmit a plan that would comply on your lot coverage.
And the only concern is that 1% number.
Correct. Trim that out.
That would be a condition of approval should the board vote to approve the application.
I'd love for you guys to go ahead and vote.
Do I have a motion in the case?
Motion approved.
With the condition.
With the condition that the lot coverage is met.
Second.
Thank you, John.
Ashley Addington?
Yes.
Sean Bajani?
Yes.
Amy Lawrence?
Yes.
Gary Rosen?
Yes.
Virginia Truitt?
She left because
Oh.
she thought we were going to, anyway, she's confusing.
I didn't realize she was gone. My bad. Joseph Caulfield?
Yes.
Jessica Glad?
Yes.
Terry Clayton?
Yes, good luck with the project.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Oh, it should be excused from the last. And she thought we were doing the.
Right, but then was she coming back for soft?
She was coming back for some.
Oh.
I didn't realize that she left until.
I'll just.
I didn't realize she wasn't here.
Let me just text her that she can on. I think she's somewhere.
You're welcome. This is 8, 2, 3, and 4.
Gary, we
Hey,
need
two,
your
three,
son.
four, yeah. This is a, this is
Got it.
a,
Organization.
Here you go. We didn't do the game, we did the last one first.
Yeah, we
I didn't
flipped
even
them.
realize she was left, so.
Yeah, we didn't know that it left.
You can.
So now you can go home.
Doing the now.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You will love that.
Is that yours?
Yeah, she's got to do her stuff.
Yeah, she's.
That's around.
All right, we can do this.
Okay.
Hang on one second.
Oh, just-
You can get going. She's recusing anyway from the case, so So we might just gather her stuff. but
Thanks,
we'll-
Mr. Chairman. My name is Pat Cirillo. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Howard and Sylvia Levine. This is 186 Long Hill Drive, Block 3605, Lot 21. It's in the R4 residential zone, minimum lot 20,000 square feet required. We have 20,201. This is an application to have a pool in the backyard. I have two witnesses tonight. Dr. Levine will testify just briefly about why he wants to do what he wants to do, and then I have my professional planner, engineer, Antoine Hajar, who will qualify him and then have him testify with regard to the plan, the new plan, and the variances and the positive and negative criteria. The original plan that was submitted with this application was actually drafted in January of this year. Over that period of time, since it was filed in June, we've been able to speak to the applicant about how we could better make this application less intense in terms of the variances we're requesting, and to see if we could eliminate some of the variances. So recently, unfortunately, and I apologize, it was not 10 days prior to today, we were able to go from 7 variances down to 4. And so we have a plan which you haven't really had an opportunity to see yet, but it should be before you, which we're calling A1 for identification today. And it's up on this board that we have before you as well. So the pool is exactly the same location. The footprint of the pool hasn't changed at all. We- So we really only have four new exhibits. A1, which is the revised plan dated 9/13/23, which you should have in front of you and which is on the board. The other 3 are an aerial photo, A2. A3 is a photo of rear yard boundary with lot 180 Long Hill Drive. And A4 is a photo of the rear yard boundary with 190 Long Hill Drive. There are 3 neighbors here that would just like to comment at the public comment in support of the application, but they're not part of the case in chief. And with that, I would like to swear in Dr. Levine.
Do you swear from testimony you're about to give tonight to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Name for the record.
Howard Levine, Levine. Thank you for hearing me on so late. I appreciate your time. I know I'm asking for a lot. I've been in Short Hills since 1996. I love the area. Both my daughters went to Hartshorn and Milburn High School. Me and my wife decided that we'd like to stay here for the rest of our lives. We don't want to move. We love the community. And we thought, what a better thing to do than put a nice backyard together. The reason why the pool is the length it is, 25 yards, I'm a competitive swimmer. And I've been doing this my whole life. I was at All America's college swimmer. I've been a triathlete. I'm very good in swim. I get out of the pool, out of the water, out of the ocean, the lakes first usually, or second. And I want to continue to train. And I have a plan as my career being a doctor slowly slows down to do more swimming. And I think there's opportunity for me to, in the 65 to 70 age group, I'm 62 right now, to maybe get a record or 2 nationally possibly. So I think it'd be very convenient for me to have a pool in my backyard. I've always wanted a pool, and I'm hoping you can see my wishes and dreams, and that's why I'm here. Thank you for hearing me.
That's all the testimony I had for Dr. Levine. I don't know if there are any questions of the board for Dr. Levine.
Any questions for Dr. Levine? Please continue, Council.
I'd like to swear in Antoine Hajar as our professional planner and engineer.
Do you swear from testimony you're about to give tonight to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Name for the record, spelling your name.
Antoine, last name is Hajar, Hajjar.
Mr. Hajar, could you give the board, for purposes of your curriculum vitae, your educational background, licenses that you currently hold, and boards that you've testified before or that you've worked for?
Sure. I have a master's degree in civil and mechanical engineering. I also have a bachelor's degree in land surveying. I've been a professional engineer since 2004, professional land surveyor since 2012, and professional planner since 2014. I was the township engineer, township planner, and zoning officer for 15 years in Brighton Township.
and now I'm the city engineer in the city of New Brunswick.
License is in good standing?
My licenses are in good standing, correct.
Your credentials are accepted by this board. Please
Thank
continue.
you.
Mr. Najjar, you're familiar with the plans that are before the board now as A2, correct?
Yes.
And could you, for the benefit of the board, please go through how we've downsized the number of variances requested from the original application and what those current variances are, and why you believe that the board should, as a C2 variance, grant these based on the facts and the law as to the C2 positive and negative criteria?
Sure. You want to start with the engineering part, or is?
Sure, just so we can go through the variances quickly.
Yeah.
So we know.
Okay, so the variances. We were seeking 7 variances with the original design. We were able to eliminate 3 of them. Section 609.1E of the zoning code basically states that all supportive mechanical equipment for any accessory use shall have a setback of 3 times the accessory use setback. In our case, the setback for accessory use is 12 feet times 3. So any mechanical equipment that is used for the accessory use has to be 36 feet from the side yard and 36 feet from the backyard. So by relocating the pool equipment, which is, let me see if this works. Yeah, so we relocated the pool equipment from down below to here. We comply with the zoning requirements. So that's 2 variances that we eliminated. The third variance is section 606.2E.1G. It's the minimum rear yard unoccupied to be 25%. So we cut down on the impervious coverage. We cut down about 1,400 square feet of stamped concrete. And the revised plan is only 444 square feet. We eliminated the proposed shed. So we had 22.3%, and the new proposed design is at 32.7%. So we comply with that section of the ordinance.
Yeah, so just identify the variances that are still at issue, please.
The variances that are still issue is the minimum side yard required is 12 feet. We had 7.3, which is a deviation of 4.7. That's on the southern side. And the northern side is 7.6, which is a deviation of 4.4. So the revised plan from the southern setback is 10.3 feet, which is a deviation of only 1.7 feet. And the northern setback is 9.5 feet, a deviation of 2.5 feet. Just for the board's information, the setback goes all the way to the stamped concrete, the coping, and the trench drain. The pool is actually, the water edge of the pool is actually compliant. The water edge of the pool is 12.3 feet on the southern side and 12.7 feet on northern side where 12 is required, 12 feet is required. The next variance is based on section 606.2E.2B. The maximum lot coverage is 35%. So we had original design 48, which is a deviation of 13%, and that number has been reduced to 43, which is a deviation of 8%. And with the further testimony, I'll provide you how we are mitigating that. The next variance is 609.1C. All accessory use shall occupy an area no greater than 20% of the rear yard. And the unoccupied part of such a rear yard shall include an area of at least 25% of the total area. So we comply with the second part. The first part, we need a variance on. The original design was for 49.1%, and that has been reduced to 38.9%. Any questions on the variances?
So the accessory structure side setback.
Mhm.
Is it 7.3 and 7.6 currently is proposed?
We're proposing 10.3
And 9.5.
and 9.5.
Okay. And lot coverage, 43%?
43%, correct.
Okay. I think I got it. All right, go ahead.
So as Mr. Solo indicated, we went through several iteration of that design and eliminated some of the variances, reduced the encroachments on the side and rear setbacks, and reduced the lot coverage. So the final, I believe the final design is a good layout, and it's aesthetically pleasing. And in my opinion, looking at the aerial around our property, there's many neighbors with pools and so on and so forth, such as large patio. I believe our design will advance purpose 2I to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic designs and arrangement. Furthermore, in my opinion, the improvements that we're proposing will increase the property value of the subject lot, but it will also increase the property value of the surrounding lots. The residential, it's an actual residential structure in a residential neighborhood, which is a permitted, and the pool is an accessory use, which also is permitted. Constructing the pool the way we have designed it, it will improve the aesthetic of the backyard and the entire property. I believe this will promote the general welfare or the common good. Therefore, it will advance purpose 2A to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate uses or development of all lands in the state in a manner which promote the general welfare. Furthermore, the pool as it's designed is actually to perform laps, as you heard from Mr. Levine. So this will provide space for recreational use within a residential area. Therefore, it will advance purpose 2G, which is to provide sufficient space in appropriate location for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses, both public and private, according to the respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. I reviewed your reexamination of the master plan, and goal 6 on page 45. I believe the master plan was adopted on December 19, 2018. Goal 6 is entitled Develop and Implement Strategy to Address Town Sustainability, Resiliency, and to Adopt Climate Change. Now, under that, there's objectives, and objective 601 requires private development to incorporate design practices that control runoff, improve streetscape, increase energy efficiency, and preserve open space and greenway. So what we're proposing here, as far as stormwater, the way the land basically slopes in this direction and goes through the driveway and ends up on the street. We have a 2x2 lawn inlet in this area, which basically the water goes to it and it's piped to the street. So most of the water from this site, the backyard, ends up in the street. So what we're proposing is surrounding the pool from this, along the eastern edge and the northern edge, a trench drain, which will be conveyed to a 4-tank dry well, which is 26 by 16, 26 feet wide by 16 feet long, or the other way around. And the only thing connecting back to the street is its overflow. So technically, everything should infiltrate into the ground, and on the larger rain, we may overflow some of that runoff to the street. Furthermore, the dry wells were designed for the 3-inch storm per your ordinance, 3-inch rain event. But keep in mind, the pool has about 6 inches of freeboard. So not only we taking some of the water to the dry wells, but the pool itself will contain about 6 inches of rainfall. So again, the water edge of the pool complies with the side yard setback. The only thing that is encroaching are a little bit of stamped concrete and the coping of the pool, and obviously the trench drain as well. Based on the exhibit 2, 3, and 4, 2 is an aerial by Nearmap. It's supposed to be high definition. I don't think the print came out that good, but you could see all the trees, deciduous trees and evergreen trees surrounding the backyard. And the other 2 exhibits are photo of the property line on either side of the Levines.
Let me just ask you about that. So A3 and A4, did you take those photographs?
Yes, I have.
When did you take those?
Saturday?
And do those photographs accurately depict what you saw that day when you took the photos?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Go ahead. Continue.
Is the swing set gonna be removed as part of the application? if approved?
The swing set will be removed, correct. And again, I believe there's good screening, but if we need to, add a couple trees here and there just to make it better, we will. And on the left-hand side, I believe exhibit number 3 there's also a board-on-board fence along the property. I don't know if you could see it.
Right.
Around 190.
Yes,
Is this on both sides?
it's only one side. The other side is just the trees. But again, we're gonna have to put a fence around the pool as well, so that would provide additional screening.
Mr. Najjar, with regard to the benefits of the deviation, would they substantially outweigh any detriment to the public?
Yeah, I'm trying to beat the clock. So
Oh, sorry.
based on the testimony I provided, such as the existing trees, the dry wells to mitigate the impervious coverage, I believe the variances, I'm sorry, repeat that question so I can answer it.
So this zone permits pools as an accessory structure, right?
That's correct.
So the ordinance permits that, so we're doing what the ordinance allows. However, because of the size of the lot and the other factors that you just testified about, we do need these 4 variances, correct?
Yes,
So
correct.
based on what you're seeing here, do you think that the benefits outweigh the detriments? And is there any substantial detriment to the public good if the board were to grant these variances?
No, based on the screening and based on the proposed stormwater management, I don't believe there's any detriments or little detriments. And I believe the benefit substantially outweigh the detriments.
What about, are we impairing the intent or the purpose of the zoning ordinance here by having this pool in the backyard with these 4 variances?
If you look at an aerial, a lot of pool, a lot of patios, so in my opinion, and the screening and the dry wells, the stormwater and everything else, I believe the variances can be granted without a detriment to the public good, and I believe will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan or zoning ordinance.
That's all I have for Mr. Hajar.
Mr. Najjar.
Yes.
Is your lot oversized for the zone?
It's 20, requirements is 20,000 and I believe it's 20,000.
20,001,
20,200.
20,201.
Yeah.
So realistically, are there any hardships in regards to lot size? I mean, could a pool lawfully exist in this yard without any variances?
No.
So a pool could not lawfully exist in this yard without a variance?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because the size of the driveway, the size of the dwelling, you know.
What's so large about the dwelling? Is that this dwelling over FAR?
No, I don't believe so. I didn't check it for FAR, but we are at 32.7.
So
and the max is 35.
For your rear, I'm not talking.
No, for the overall lot coverage is 35.
Is that what you're asking about, the overall lot coverage, or?
Well, I'm alluding to the fact that a pool could lawfully exist in this yard.
200 square feet, right?
You probably couldn't.
Because
lot
also,
coverage would be an issue no matter what.
Correct,
you
but
could
side yard.
probably- Side yard could be met probably.
So I guess my question is, if you, from a C1 perspective, you know, that's one thing if you say with driveway, but from a C2 perspective, why wouldn't you build with something that complies on the sides? So you can avoid that. I mean, you certainly.
the
could build a
side yard
sizable pool.
setback?
Yeah, you could build a sizable pool here.
Yeah, my understanding is, you know, Mr. Levine has to do his exercises and he needs 75 feet pool.
Well, I think, can you swim in 60 feet?
Can I say something?
Sure, come on, you're sworn in.
When you train in a 25-yard pool, you know, your stroke counts, your times, it's a set standard. We don't want to play basketball in 9.5-foot court practice. You want to play in a tennis court that's 5 foot short on one side if you want to be a good tennis player. This is the standard swimming length. When I compete, we do 25 yards, and that's a pool. I don't want to swim in a 60-yard pool and throw everything off. Do an extra 20 extra. It just doesn't make sense.
Whether we believe it belongs there or not, I'm a swimmer and I agree with Mr. Levine. I was a swimmer in high school. I swim. I think that what he's saying is true if you're a competitive swimmer. Whether that is what belongs here in his backyard is a different question.
I have a question about the proposed stamped concrete. If you were, first of all, how wide is that?
Where
On the side, like running across the length of the pool?
That's about 5 feet.
5 feet?
5 feet,
So-
yeah.
So what's the purpose? Is that to put lounge chairs on? Is that just?
I don't think you could put a lawn chair. It's just to walk around the pool without dragging grass or mud or whatever the case may be.
If you were to take that away or reduce that, so you didn't have that going across the whole length of the pool, what would that cut back on? If you left that as just coping?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, like you did on the other side?
It's 75.
It's 75 feet times 20, so it's gonna reduce it by 150 square feet.
Do you know what percentage that would
I would be fine with that.
take it down to?
So 75 times 5, I'm sorry, 375.
That's 1,500 square feet.
1,500?
No, how much is that, 75 by what?
75 times 5.
Oh, 5, I'm sorry. I think
It's
five.
375, I'm sorry.
This says for some reason 444.
444, yeah, on that drawing.
I mean, you got a little bit of stamped concrete on the side as well. I don't know if you can see them on the drawings. So it's not just this strip, but 375 divided by 20,000, 201.
Less than 2%.
So that's 1.85%.
Any other questions?
I mean, we are mitigating for the additional impervious coverage. I mean, we got four tanks.
Well, that may be required by engineering. That's outside our purview. I mean, if that's required, it's required. It's just, that's, like I said, we're not here to mandate water mitigation. You can come on up, you're sworn in.
Okay, my neighbors here and they
We'll
actually.
get to that.
Oh, okay, they
Yeah, we'll
encouraged
get
me
to
to get this photo.
Yeah, so.
I have a question. Why do you need 2 lanes? Why can't it be 1 lane?
I think aesthetically it'd be very, very thin. I thought about that, but when you look at it, very thin, it would look a little strange. I think having a depth of 20 feet versus 12 feet. So I've seen many, many one-lane pools. I've been in so many pools that were just 1 lane, in people's backyards, my friends, and it's a weird look. And if my friends, it'd be nice to swim against somebody and get over faster.
Any other questions? Any questions from the audience? Comments from the audience? Come on down. You gotta get sworn in.
Okay.
Do you swear upon testimony you're about to give the truth, whole truth, and the truth?
Yes.
Name and address for the record.
My name is Aaron Tucker. I live at 180 Long Hill Drive, so I'm right next door on the uphill side. Like to thank you guys for what you're doing tonight. I'm a former Board of Adjustment member myself.
Remember that name.
Yeah, from 2003 to 2008. And so I know the hard work you guys put in, and I really appreciate it. Given the site that they have here, there's a lot of screening. I think that the 2 side yard variances are very de minimis. They're only like a foot. I know the pool's very long and wide, but I don't think granting the variance would hurt the intent of our zoning. And I'm here in support of it. And I'm probably the most impacted person, I think, by the application.
Thank you for your comments. You guys come on up if you're gonna speak, we can swear you in.
Do you swear upon testimony you're about to give tonight the truth, whole truth, and the truth?
Yes.
Name and address for the record.
Liren Wu, W is my last name, 191 Long Hill Drive.
Go ahead, Drew.
Okay, so for a swimmer, you just need that 25 yard. And for given a lap pool, actually, their design is quite economical. You can see the design actually very square. There's no extravagance. And for our size, most of our lot size, there is around half an acre. So 100 feet wide. So one way or the other, I think you're 1 feet or something like off in terms of the setback. So there's no way off. But if you want to swim, we have to come to this lamp pool thing. And also, they're an extremely good neighbor, so I strongly support them. So when we moved in, they've been there for 9 years. We've been there for 20 some years already. So they tell us to clean the house, keep the value. And when kids drive fast, they come out to yell at the kids who made in the community. So we would like to keep them there.
Thank you.
Hi.
Wait. Raise your right hand, please.
Yeah.
Do you swear upon testimony you're about to give tonight the truth, whole truth, and the truth?
Yes.
Name and address for the record.
Lei Jiang, 190 Long Hill Drive. Last name is Jiang.
What was your first name?
J-I.
Lei, Lei. Yeah.
And what's the address?
190 Long Hill Drive. So I'm on the other side of the lot. Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with because it's such a small difference compared to the requirements. So, and I'm only like 10 years ago, so we were neighbor for 10 years. My dog always playing with their dogs, so we're very happy neighbors, so I have no problem with that. And given what they want in their backyard, it's benefit to them and not hurting me, so I have no reason to disagree with their plan. So that's it.
Thank you.
Right.
Any other comments? In that case, I'll close the public portion of the hearing. Board members, what are your thoughts?
I just, for the thoughts, I'm not completely clear what the 4 variances wound up being.
Lot coverage.
But what the actual number, because this thing only has 2 of them on it, I think.
Right, so go ahead. So it's the side yard setback. I think it was, so those are the first 2,
Okay.
the 3A, the first 2. Third one is also on, which is the maximum lot coverage. Permitted is 35, they moved it down from 48 to 43%. And then the next one is they've withdrawn that, sounds like, minimum area, the unoccupied. The next one is still on, the 609 1C.
Right. And what
Which
did that-
is,
yeah.
which is 20% is
Oh,
taken
wow.
down, I think 39.4 is taken down to 38.9, if I got the.
The 39.4 had an error in it, so we had 49.1 on the original drawing, and we reduced it down to 38.9.
That's right, 38.9 is the right one. And sorry, on the first 2, did you have 7.3 and 7.6, or is that?
That was the original.
So the new.
The new is 10.3 and 9.5.
I see.
That's for the accessory structure side setback, right?
That's correct.
Thanks.
So comments? I mean, I don't know where to start with this, for all the truth. You know, there's one thing to having a hardship related to for C1, but then this sort of like treads into C2 territory because, you know, many of the other variances sought are attributed to the design. And, you know, I get the intent of the pool. I mean, I get all that. That's great. But maybe this isn't the best piece of property for that intent. And that's sort of what concerns me. When you have a lot that's, you know, 20,200 square feet and zoning the price 20,000, it's a compliant lot. But the use is intense. And that's what's creating this. It's an intense use for this backyard. So I struggle with that, and I'd like to hear from my fellow board members to maybe provide clarity.
Well, one thing, looking at the prior plan they put together, they really scaled back what they were looking to do, one thing. The other thing, the pool is a little unusual, but in that, as you think of a lot of pools have like big decks that surround them, might be 20 feet deep of decks. This doesn't have any of that. This is not gonna be some real, we're gonna sit around after school lounging around the pool deck. There is no pool
Look
deck.
next door.
What's that?
Look next door.
Well, that's what I mean, yeah, that's gentleman's house, that shows you the pool, right? Sorry. Yeah, that thing is
Come over and
huge.
hang out with me, right?
But it will be only the 2 of us sitting on the deck, there's not.
That's-
no
yeah.
children, no nothing.
I mean, it's definitely novel, without a doubt, but it's not, I mean, just look for other aspects of it, like things that might mitigate the.
It does seem sort of tucked away in the back. I mean, I struggle. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Craig, and I'm struggling with it a little bit, but I also.
Can I say
the kids are terrible.
No, public portion is closed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, just speaking, and I don't have a, vote on this or even allowed to deliberate, but I just want to remind the board that when you do look at deviations, bulk deviations from ordinance requirements, you are permitted to consider the intensity of impact, not just literally what the deviation is in terms of percentage or square footage, but what that means in the real world in terms of day-to-day impact on the surrounding area.
And that's why I don't think there would be an enormous impact from a pool of this. I mean, it's long, but it's not a big thing, all encompassing backyard.
I think if we're looking at it through that lens, it makes it more palatable to me. I think I would still like to see the concrete, the proposed stamped concrete, 444 square feet of it, cut back in some way. I don't think it's fully necessary, and I think it could help reduce, that variance. But again, I think looking at it through that lens, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, so.
I'm not that troubled by it, given that it is a pretty private backyard. It's far from the neighbors. I don't think the community right around them is going to really hear anything or see anything.
Likewise, I think it seems like pretty secluded in terms of, it doesn't seem to be causing much disturbances, but I think I take Jessica's point. The intensity and what Rob guided us to in terms of intensity. If we could work around that concrete area.
Actually, based on this, the pool is lower than the grade around it, correct?
The water,
Is it sloping?
can I speak or?
Can I have a motion to open up the public portion?
We should open up the public portion.
A second. All those in favor?
You didn't mention that in your
Go ahead.
testimony, but just based on the elevations you're looking at, the pool is actually lower than the grade, so if you're in the neighbor's yard, you
Oh,
wouldn't.
yeah. The water comes from the back, left-hand side and goes that way. So as far as, you're talking about runoff?
No, I'm talking about the pool itself, the actual pool is lower.
It does sit lower, yeah.
The pool is actually sitting below the grade.
Oh, that's why we have a retaining wall.
Right,
Yeah.
so the retaining wall is not just the pool, or on the
That's
outside
correct.
of the pool.
That's correct.
I'll close the public portion, yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
All right, so with that, do I have a motion? Any comment on that?
Well, I like Jessica's idea also about the coping, and the extra cement would be eliminated.
So a motion eliminating the,
Not the coping.
Not the coping, wrong word.
no, the
just
extra,
The extra concrete.
Yes.
Are you proposing as a condition to eliminate the entirety of the 444 square feet or something less than?
I mean, I would say either the entire thing or
Maybe up to the
think of a
stairs.
logical area where, yeah, exactly,
Stairs.
to cut it to, and then leave the rest grass or, I mean, I don't wanna do the pool design for them, you know what I mean, so the landscape design for them, but I don't think it needs to go across the entire length of the,
what was it again? How much is it again?
I think it says I thought it said 444 square feet, just that side of it.
Cut it in half, 222?
Like up to the stairs.
All right,
So, I'm sorry, say that.
so go with 222 then. That's what they got. 222 square feet.
I mean, look, I'm sorry, can I?
No.
No?
See, I'd make it flush with the sun deck, like to where that
Yeah,
sun
like
deck
where
area
that
is.
is,
sort of there.
yeah,
But
yeah, just like a natural point. I
given
just don't know what that
222
is.
square feet, you can do that. Like plus or minus. So I'm gonna make a motion with that condition.
So are we saying 2.2 all through or just half it,
Or-
whichever way?
That's what you
Or
got.
flush with the sun deck.
Right, that's what you
Okay.
get.
Cut it half or cut it either way,
Yeah.
horizontally or.
I'll move approval, with the condition that there's only 222 square feet to work with for the cement.
STEM concrete.
Thank you.
Second.
Ashley Aventura.
Yes.
Sean Harjani.
Yes.
Amy Lawrence.
Yes.
Gary Rosen.
Yes.
Joseph Caulfield.
Yes.
Jessica Glad.
Yes.
Craig Kennedy.
Yes. Enjoy the Michael Phelps Aquatic Center. Win something for us, okay? Anyone else have any discuss in the audience that's not on tonight's agenda? I see no hands raised. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
And a second? All those in favor? Have a good evening.
Night, guys. I've been on a long time.